माननीय सभापति जी,
स्टैट्यूटरी रेजोल्यूशन श्री पंकज चौधरी।
सभापति महोदय, मैं अपने वरिष्ठ सहयोगी श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमण की ओर से मैं निम्नलिखित संकल्प प्रस्तुत करता हूं। वित्त अधिनियम 2002 की धारा 147 के अनुसरण में यह सदन अधिसूचना संख्या 25/2022 केंद्रीय उत्पाद शुल्क दिनांक 31 अगस्त 2022 GSR 671 दिनांक 31 अगस्त 2022, जिसमें एविएशन टरबाइन फ्यूल पर विशेष अतिरिक्त उत्पाद शुल्क को संशोधित करने के लिए वित्त अधिनियम 2002 की 8वीं अनुसूची में संशोधन करने की मांग की गई है का एतत् द्वारा अनुमोदन करता है। सीमा शुल्क दर अधिनियम 1975 की धारा 8(1) के अनुसरण में यह सदन अधिसूचना संख्या 49/2022 सीमा शुल्क दिनांक 8 सितंबर 2022 GSR 689 दिनांक 8 सितंबर 2022, जिसमें चावल की विशेष किस्मों पर निर्यात शुल्क लगाने के लिए सीमा शुल्क दर अधिनियम 1975 की दूसरी अनुसूची में संशोधन करने की मांग की गई है का एतत् द्वारा अनुमोदन करता है।
Honorable Minister has moved the resolution. He may speak on it. Would you like to say something on it?
No, sir.
Resolution moved.
Under 261, sir. Sir, I have a point of order. Please allow, sir.
All right.
This is 261. सर, माननीय सभापति महोदय, मैं आपके माध्यम से पूरे सदन का ध्यान आकृष्ट करना चाहता हूं।
Please don't spell out your point of order with clarity.
Yeah, I
Focus
just
on
take
that only.
30 seconds, sir.
No, just focus on your point of order.
Point of order is, sir, leader of the house insulted the people of Bihar. कल उन्होंने कहा कि ये पूरे देश को बिहार जैसा बना देंगे। ये उम्मीद नहीं थी। ये पार्ट ऑफ द रिकॉर्ड।
Resolution moved. Any member? Honorable members, sit down. Honorable, please take your seat. Please take your seat. Please take your seat. Take your seat. Honorable member, Mr. Professor Manoj Jha, you made your point. Take your seat, all of you. Honorable members, rules permit you to raise an issue in several ways. To raise a point of order, then not to raise a point of order and to say something, this can't be appreciated. Take recourse to rules. There are rules available. I will examine it and you will get enough expression. Yes, sir, thank you. We cannot allow it in a manner that you rise to raise a point of order, you don't raise a point of order, and in the garb of raising point of order, you make your reflections. This is inappropriate. You are an experienced man, please. Any member desiring to speak on the resolution? I shall first put the statutory resolution number 1, moved by the Honorable Minister, to vote. The question is, those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The resolution is adopted. Number 1 is adopted. I shall now put the statutory resolution number 2, moved by the Honorable Minister, to vote. The question is, those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The resolution number 2 is adopted. Minister of Finance and Minister of Corporate Affairs.
Thank you very much, sir. We've had a discussion in which 40 speakers have participated on the supplementary demand for grants and also the excess grants in this House. There has been a concern expressed by many members that the supplementary demand actually is a big amount, and therefore does it raise a question that we were not well prepared or we could not assess and estimate the numbers which we need to come up when we brought the budget in the BE stage itself. So questions about how efficiently these assessments were made was repeated by several members. So it is not unusual for governments to come up with supplementary demand for grant, sometimes one, sometimes two. I think there's been an occasion where a third one has also been brought in. And when supplementary demand for grants earlier, 1 and 2 put together, were 20% of what was estimated earlier in the BE. And some other times it was 19% when in 2021, post the COVID. This time with this supplementary demand for grants, which is just the first one, only 8% of the BE is being brought in here. So it's not a very big sum in that sense. It's 8% compared to 20% which has come earlier post the global financial crisis. So supplementary demand for grant allows government to come up with additional demands. And in this particular case, since it is post an international or global situation, what we have brought in now is as a result of what couldn't have been anticipated in January when we were preparing the budget and for the 1st February presentation. So the nominal GDP growth projection at 11.1% was done in January 2022. And post that, in fact, even as we were preparing for this, the budget, February 2022, there was overall and across the globe a clear understanding that the pandemic is waning. Measures of recovery taken by different governments, different countries are all probably impacting, and therefore there was a road to recovery and a good road to recovery. So if we came up with 11.1%, the IMF, for instance, which came with the report in 2022, updated the World Economic Outlook and also projected that Indian economy will grow at a high rate of 9%. So the situation then, not just within India, but globally, also indicated that the pandemic was waning and there was every chance of recovery for everybody in full strength. But then came late February, the Russia-Ukraine war, and the complete disruption in supply chains, particularly for food and energy, all of which has led to countries looking at ways in which they had to give a greater push towards growth and recovery. And therefore, today the situation is we have come up with a supplementary demand for grants, which are essentially for ensuring that there's food security. There's also enough to be given for fertilizers, which is so critical for our farmers. And therefore, the items under which we have come with the supplementary demand all are in the direction of ensuring that the Indian economy, particularly the poor, the farmers, and so on, are given enough support. So this is essentially a budget with supplementary demand which keeps the necessary support which has to be given for those who need it. And therefore, I'm sure, I've heard many people say that they don't disagree with the supplementary demand and they are fully in support of it. I'm very grateful for that support. But the apprehensions people have in their mind that this was because you couldn't estimate it earlier and rightly earlier and therefore you're coming with a correction is not well founded at all. Situations have developed in such a way post the war and post the disruptions which have been happening till recently also, we needed this additional support to be extended. So former finance minister who opened the debate actually spoke about various specific issues and raised probably 5 + 1 or 6 issues in total. But where he speaks about where are you going to raise this 3.25 lakh crores, which is what is mentioned in the supplementary demand. And he also questioned saying, are you going to borrow, or are you going to raise revenue, or what is it? Please let us know. Sir, in September itself, Government of India has made it very clear that we are not changing our borrowing schedule, which gets announced. And in September, we announced for the second half year. We have not changed our borrowing plans, which means we are very clear that we are going to see that the revenue that we are generating is sufficient to take care of this additional. Because, for instance, sir, during the first 7 months, April to October, of the current FY, gross tax receipts have registered a growth of about 18% over the previous year, actual for that period. This is substantially higher, sir, than the budget growth of 9.6 over RE of last year. So there's enough buoyancy which gives me the confidence that we will be able to fund this supplementary that we have come up with the demands. And that is reiterated and reinforced by the fact that even in September, we have given no changes to the borrowing calendar and announced it as well. So also, the question was raised about reduction in the corporate tax. Are you giving bonanza to the large corporates? So I would want to just highlight a few facts. So in 1994, under Dr. Manmohan Singh, the corporate tax was cut to 40% from then prevailing 45%. Then in 1997, sir, the then finance minister, who honorable member is here now, Shri P. Chidambaramji, brought the corporate tax down to 35% from 40%, after also abolishing the surcharge. Then from 2000 onwards, surcharges were back, raising the total corporate tax again to about 36 to 38%, which continued for the next 5 years after that. But then it was Mr. Chidambaram again who reduced the corporate tax to 30% in 2005, although along with the surcharge, the actual rate was about 33%. Were they bonanza to corporates also? Were they bonanzas at that time? So if that is bonanza at that time, bonanza now, it is not. Because we think when you reduce the corporate tax, and especially post the 2014 situation that we've been monitoring, getting the banks to be healthier, getting the economy to come back after being in fragile 5 situation, the twin balance sheet problems where companies were laden with debt and so on. Cutting down the corporate tax was only following some of those measures, which is important for business to grow in India, manufacturing to grow in India. So I just want that to be upfront put before this August. So there was this concern that are private investments not happening? And he was absolutely right. The former finance minister was absolutely right in quoting me, saying, I have gone to the various fora in which I met with private investors, industry leaders, business leaders, saying they should really rev up on investments. Yes, as finance minister, when I have an opportunity to interact with them, it will certainly be something which I look forward to engaging with them and also nudging them to see if they can be even more coming forward towards investing more. So even as I do that, and I shall continue to do that, non-food bank credit, sir, has been expanding at double digits on a yearly basis since 8th April 2022 and has reached 17.9% on the week ending 2nd December 2022. So gross non-performing assets, I spoke about the twin balance sheet problem, which we took up very seriously. Prime Minister Modi gave the formula of the 4 R's through which you can recognize the problem of NPS in the bank and also reform the banks, recapitalize them, and so on. So as a result of which, the twin balance sheet problem has been addressed. Gross non-performing assets have come down to a 6-year low of 5.9% in March 2022. The corporate sector has been, and this is matter of fact, sir, the corporate sector has been deleveraging its balance sheet, as evident in the declining core debt of the private non-financial sector, which has decreased to 87.8% of the GDP in June 2022, from where 97.4% that it was in March 2016. And this is a data given by the Bank for International Settlements. So, and together with this approaching to clean up the twin balance sheet problem, government has also taken up several steps such as the national monetization of pipeline, the Gati Shakti, the PLI scheme, all of which are bringing back investors so that manufacturing sector can really gain some prominence. Honorable former finance minister also raised this question about doubling of the real GDP. He observed that from 1990-91, it took 12 years to double the GDP, that is 25 lakh crores to 50 lakh crores. And then it took only another 10 years to double to from 50 to 99 lakh crores. So pointing out that since this government is in the 9th year, will we double the GDP, going by the trend that every 10 years you see them doubling? So Indian economy certainly witnessed an average growth of 6.6 from 2014-15 to 19-20. But these 10 years will have to also be looked at, particularly the last 5 years will have to be looked at from the point of view of COVID as well, where 1 full year we had to get into negative terrain as a result of the way in which globally all economies were thrown, hither thither, and the lockdown and so on. So despite that, I can only say that we are somewhere very close to doubling it. We still have 1.5 years to go for completing the 10 years, but that is something which I want to draw your attention to. So equally, it was pointed out by the Honorable former Finance Minister that major world economies are facing recession, and India's exports and growth will fall in the coming quarters. Is the government seized of the fact? Is a question which the Honorable Member raised. I would like to just highlight that global economies, many of them, large developed economies as well, are facing recession because I think the way in which they handled the COVID as different from the way in which we have handled COVID in India. Because the tendency was we should give money in the hands of the people, go printing notes. And here, I would like to quote former finance minister saying, borrow and spend, and even print money to reboot the economy, was a suggestion given by the Honorable former finance minister. As we close the calendar, sir, calendar year 2022, we should look at the negative effect of the implementation of such a suggestion by the other countries. And recession is happening there, perhaps. And thankfully, because of the targeted way in which Honorable Prime Minister decided to give relief during COVID and address the concerns as was given as inputs from the various stakeholders, a targeted approach has kept us on the safe course of helping revival but not getting into recession. So this is something which I want to highlight here. In fact, the latest World Bank reports, which had given an accurate analysis, it was a snapshot of a picture, which I did go into details when I addressed in the Lok Sabha. When the world was dealing with taper tantrum, the situation then has been compared with the situation now, and the latest World Bank report has given a clear, pointed analysis where it says macro fiscal fundamentals are better than they were during the taper tantrum episode in 2013, speaking about India, when India was classified under a fragile 5. So, if macroeconomic fundamentals are better now, post the COVID, and this is not my observation, this is coming from World Bank, and I'm not comparing it with how things were handled during the taper tantrum 2013, it is World Bank saying that we have in India kept a macro fiscal fundamentals better now than how it was kept at that time. And multiple times both the IMF and the World Bank have said in several occasions, India is the brightest spot in the global economy and is an island of hope for global growth. So I just want to highlight the fact that real GDP growth and doubling of it is certainly a good indicator for which any government should work. But the way in which we have handled during COVID has kept us away from recession, whereas those who followed certain common principles, which was heard as advice given here also, have gone into recession. So then, 4 engines of growth. Government expenditure, I'm grateful it was observed not just by former finance minister but by many other members as well, that government's public expenditure is going on and good numbers have been allocated in the budget and so on. So I just want to highlight on private investment on which many members voiced concern saying, is it happening, is it not? And specifically, former finance minister also raised concern about it. I want to highlight how private investment is happening. I mentioned about it a minute ago, but there are specific pointers that I want to highlight here. In April 2022, sir, the credit rating agency of India, ICRA, the ICRA, said that some of the key industries showing healthy capex include energy, which is power generation, predominantly renewable and storage, transmission, oil, gas, and also green hydrogen. Then digitalization, including data centers. Core industries, including cement and metals, automotive, mobility, pharmaceuticals, chemicals, textiles, all of them are seeing healthy capex happening. This is April 2022 by ICRA. Then second, sir, on 2nd June 2022, I'm taking the name of a particular largest cement maker, not taking the name, but I'm mentioning it, has approved a new capital expenditure, big number, 12,886 crore. And that is purely to increase the capacity of cement production in this country. Third, sir, Private sector capex announcements are up 35% year on year and 53% above pre-COVID levels. This is a report from one of the equity research companies. Financial year 23, India private sector capex is seen to be driven by chemicals and renewable energy. This is an observation by one of the institutes which looks at equities research. And finally, on 14th December 2022, the Mahindra Group has announced 10,000 crore of investments in EVs in Maharashtra. So, private sector capex is happening, and it is something which is got to be noticed because of the favorable policy. The PLI, for instance, is a policy which we are seeing absolute robust response from the industry. 14 sectors have been given PLI, and that is drawing a lot of investments to come into the country. And even the capital expenditure which I announced in the budget had a state component, which is giving the states a 50-year loan which will ensure the geographical spread of capital expenditure. And given that the current bond market and the yields are going up, that is an expenditure which the government of India is bearing, the interest. But we've given it to the states so that that can happen in all the states across. And that will also help us that will bring in the virtuous cycle, because the government would spend on investment, infrastructure building. So private final consumption expenditure stood at 58.4% in quarter 2 in 22-23, the highest among second quarters of all years since 2013-14. And similarly, exports have been buoyant and at 23.3% of GDP in quarter 2 of 22-23, which is again highest among second quarters of all years since 2015-16. So contact-intensive services, that sector has completely recovered the pre-pandemic gross value addition levels in quarter 2 itself, and now they're going further. So largely the concerns which the former finance minister has expressed are concerns on which I'm happy to respond, that actually positive growth is happening. And I would like to assure the House that we are keeping a good eye on inflation-like considerations, which are purely extraneous nowadays because of the fuel, fertilizer prices. So Member Derek O'Brien, who also spoke, is not here. He did explain, saying he's not going to be around here. He's going because of a pre-scheduled event. However, on some points, I would certainly like to respond to him, although he's not here, sir. There was a concern expressed that the states were spending 46% more than the union government in 2014, and now 150% more than the union government. So I'm not sure where he's obtained that number, but the states, and also he linked it to states borrowing, limits. So the 15th Finance Commission has recommended that we should, in 22-23, allow states to borrow 3.5% untied, and tied can be 0.5%, 0.5%, exactly what we have done. And for 23-24, the Finance Commission again said till the end of the finance cycle, the Finance Commission cycle, it should be 3% of the GDP untied and 0.5% tied, linked to power sector reforms. Exactly the same is being followed by us. So I just want to also inform Member Derek that the share of the central taxes used to be given out on the 20th of every month. In fact, just to help the states to have the money earlier, we have advanced it to 10th of every month. Now 10 days earlier, states receive the central share of the central taxes. So 10 days in advance. And again, we've also given 2 advance installments, released it so that states get the money in their hand well before the expected times. Even GST compensations have been sent well in advance, sir. And there's always this question of this much is owed to so-and-so state. I've made it as a point to answer during question hour as well, that if the utilization certificates reach us, we clear it immediately. And if the utilization certificates have not been given, the due is lying with you rather than with the Government of India, whichever state. I'm not pointing a finger at any one particular state, but it is the utilization certificate which really is the important point. And also this question about cess collection, cess and these surcharges. I just want to highlight, cess collection takes time. But in the meanwhile, because the focus on which the particular item on which we have collected the cess, whether it is road and infrastructure, whether it is education, health, whatever, because those schemes will have to be funded, even if the collection is less, we have drawn from our own resources and sent the money in time. Just for the year 21-22, I like to highlight road and infrastructure cess, sir. 1,95,987 is the amount to be collected, which was collected for the year 21-22. But much before itself, 2,51,738 crores have been given, amount utilized by the states. So collected cess is not with me. I'm not sitting and earning interest, nor do I have an area where I'm privately spending it. It is all going to the states. Similarly, GST compensation cess, 1,04,623 is all that was collected 21-22. But we've already given to the states, amount utilized is 1,10,795. Again there, what was collected, what's being given is much more than what has been collected. Third, sir, health and education cess, amount collected 2021-22, 52,732 crores. What was utilized for the states? 287. That's a health and education cess component which has gone to the states. National calamity contingent duty, 6,138 crores were collected, whereas 6,135 crores have already been given, just 3 crores short, but it's already been given to the states. So I just want to highlight the fact, sir, that members please do look at data. When claims such as, oh, cess is being collected, you're not giving it, we cannot do anything with it unless it is given to the states to create that infrastructure. So this was a point which was raised by several members. And in that, I just want to highlight that if this is the case with 21-22, the year immediately after the COVID, Center is more keen to have projects completed. We send it to the states as and when we have the states coming up with the proposals. So we don't sit with that and just underlining the fact. So on the unemployment again, several members spoke. I want to highlight the fact that when capital expenditure is undertaken by the government, particularly looking at infrastructure strength, PLI is being offered. When startups are created and given funds through the fund of funds, which is lying with the SIDBI, and also through many venture capitalists who come to fund them, for whom we have facilitated through various many ease of doing business, jobs are being created there. And the government's Rozgar Mela where the PM has launched the scheme and 10 lakh jobs are being given. The process is ongoing, jobs are being created. In September 2022, sir, the net payroll addition, which is looking at the EPFO records, is 46% higher. Additional 46% entries have been made year-on-year growth. And therefore, it is also bringing in an element of formalization. Informal, those who are in the informal sector with jobs are now coming into EPFO, that's also getting added. Now, the same, the employment figures periodic labor force survey report has highlighted that the unemployment rate in July to September 2020 quarter in urban areas stood at 7.2 compared to 8.3 in July-September quarter of 2019. So, unemployment figures are gradually, of course, it is got to be monitored almost every day, but it is gradually coming down. So there was a lot of concern expressed about left-wing extremism. In order to address the issue of left-wing extremism, Government of India approved a national policy and action plan to address the LWE in 2015. Because the policy has been steadfastly implemented, there's a consistent and steady decline in violence in the LWE affected areas. I want to highlight, sir, in 2010, 465 police stations where really the violence was active in those areas, 465 police stations, and spread in 96 districts. Whereas in 2021, 191 police stations alone are affected in 46 districts. So there's a drastic reduction, sir. And also this security-related expenditure, which in July 2010 was somewhere at 126 districts, number of districts where security-related expenditure was being undertaken. 126 has now come down in July 2021 to 70 only. So there is a reduction. There's more data which I would like to share with the honorable members, and that will show that the government's policy has actually paid off dividends. And so the incidence of violence, I am comparing the period 2006 to 14 with 2014 to 2022. Incidence of violence in 6 to 14 was 13,315 in the left-wing affected areas, whereas in 14 to 22, it is only 6,552, a 50% off. Left-wing extremism-related deaths in 6 to 14 was 5,289, whereas in 14-22, it is only 1,744. Not even one death is acceptable, but still reduction in number has to be noticed. So death of security forces, which is equally heart-wrenching, 1,583 in 6 to 14, whereas 458 only in 14 to 22. Surrender by left-wing extremists in that period of 6 to 14, 2,428 people surrendered, whereas now 5,816 people have surrendered, leading to 140% increase in surrenders. And violence reporting districts, which I mentioned earlier, 96 in 2010, 46 in 2021. Violence reporting police stations, 330 in 2013, whereas 192 in 2021. So left-wing area-related issues, which very many people have raised, I wanted to give the data before themselves. So Honorable Member Kanimuri had raised questions about MSMEs. they're not getting funds adequately and so on. And if there are NPAs among them, I just want to highlight the National Credit Guarantee Trustee Company Limited has given the data. The percentage of non-performing assets under credit borrowed under the ECLGS is thus. I will let you know. The total amount which was guaranteed is 3,58,894, whereas the NPAs outstanding in crores is only 13,964. NPA as a percentage of total loans guaranteed is only 3.89%. So MSME sector has been given support, and that support has actually helped them to stay out of difficulty, and we are still attending to them. And Member Kanimuri, who I can't see here, be assured that we are addressing the issue. So also this question of doubling farmers' income, which many honorable members voiced concern. Is it being doubled? Will it be doubled? I just want to ensure, sir, that all honorable members just recognize the number of schemes through which we are dealing with farmers. Unprecedented enhancement in budget, sir. Actually, in 2015-16, the budget for agriculture and family welfare, farmer welfare was only 25,460 crores. Now it is 1,38,550 crores in 2022-23. Income support, which is being given through PM Kisan, has seen 2 lakh crores being deposited in the accounts of the farmers. 11.3 crore farmers have received these monies. Institutional credit is also being extended, not just to farmers, but also to people who are in animal husbandry and fisheries, and also for piggery and goat keeping people. Then fixing of minimum support price at 1.5 times the cost of production is also in favor of the farmers. Per drop more crop has seen so far an area of 69.55 lakh hectares being covered under micro irrigation through the PDMC scheme from 2015 and 16. Similarly, sir, micro irrigation fund with initial corpus of 5,000 crores has been created in NABARD. In the budget announcement of 21-22, the corpus of the fund has been increased to 10,000 crores from where it was 5,000 crores. Sir, promotion of farmer producer organizations, several of them. FPOs, we said 10,000 of them will be launched. 29th February 2020, the Honorable Prime Minister came up, launched that budget, outlay of 6,865 crores, which will last till 27-28. So, providing soil health card, improvement of farm produce logistics, introduction of Kisan Rail are all taking care of the farmers, and that will naturally lead to bettering their income. So, Member Raghav Chadda is not here. I just want to highlight that he said underestimated BE numbers and mismanagement of budgetary allocation. I thought I've addressed this, but I just want to highlight the fact again that after the global financial crisis, 2008-9, 20% of the original budget came as supplementary demand for grants, 20% in 2008-2009. And after the COVID crisis in 2020-21, we have come up with a supplementary demand for grants for 19%, whereas what we have come out now is only 8% of the fiscal. He also, Honorable Member Raghav Chadda also said that, debt and total debt, outstanding debt for the central government. So central government debt, or the total liability of the central government, has actually been coming down since 2013-14 till we were hit by COVID. I just very quickly run down the numbers, sir. 2013-14, as a percentage of GDP, it was 51%. 14-15 saw it come down to 50.1, 50.2 the next year, 48.7 next year, 48.5 the next year, 49.0 the next year, which is 2018-19. But post-COVID, sir, it went up to 52.4, which was drastically brought down, 52.4, 61.6, but which was brought down to 58.7. It is coming down even as we speak. So we have been careful about the borrowing and also the liability of the central government. Sir, Member Raghav Chadda has also been saying things about inflation, and in a very colloquial and also very populist way, he said, what is Aadhaar card? You should actually be giving Udhar cards. And he also said, inflation, the wholesale inflation, WPI inflation is high and it is in double digit. Sir, he is a qualified accountant. Honorable member is a qualified accountant. I am not one. So with my limitation, but I still want to present before him that he should kindly look into the numbers before he speaks. He is not here, unfortunately. Sir, at one point in time during his Gujarat visits, the honorable member had mentioned that every person in Gujarat has a debt of 58,000 crores per capita, that is, every person. And the Gujarat government spends 38,000 crores on every person annually. Sir, unbelievable. I would like to request the honorable member to revisit his numbers. Similarly, he said WPI inflation is high and in double digit in India. If only he notices the press or the media reports, WPI inflation has come down to 21-month low of 5.85%, sir. Where is it in double digits? Wholesale food inflation is at 2.17%, sir. So, qualified accountants. So similarly, Udhar card, when you hear it as opposed to Aadhaar card, it's very appealing. But we should not mock the small borrowers who are going to the bank under Mudra loan, KCC, crop loans being taken, MSMEs are coming under ECLGS, and also Mudra, and also other small loans which many of the small business retail loans that they take. Is Aadhaar card helping them in the bank and then going and taking because their KYC gets established? We cannot afford to even for a moment mock at people who need that small assistance. And the government is making it far more transparent by giving them the Aadhaar card. The KYC is better enabled. So I appeal to the member to please look at the data that is laid on the table of the House here through his speech. So also, the interesting debate which is going on now, your freebie versus my freebie. So we, honestly, it is important to recognize that when you are transparent in your methods and you put it on account for everybody to see, there is no debate over it. So there's no debate over it.
One second. The Honorable Finance Minister has made some reflections. You will do well to go through them after the House proceedings are over. Try to digest as a certified chartered accountant and see me in the chamber thereafter. Honorable Minister.
You may not kindly consider that
Sir, this is
Mr. Raghav Chadda alone
one second.
represents chartered accountants.
No, 1 second.
Many of us are embarrassed by his accountants.
This is between two chartered accountants. Neither the Honorable Minister is a chartered accountant nor am I. Honorable Minister.
So thank you, sir. Sir.
Later.
So all we want is transparency and compliance with the statutory fiscal rules. So it's important that we pay government salaries. I'm now talking about some media reports. I'm not drawing any particular paper or anything like that. In the last couple of months, sir, they have been highlighted. They have continuously been highlighted. The papers are highlighting that one state government is unable to timely pay salaries of its government employees. And employees are protesting. I have not named any state. But you see such reports in the media. It's perhaps because funds are being used in giving numerous different advertisements all over the country, and the state government therefore remains incapable of giving salaries. Now subsidies or freebies are therefore to be contextualized, and if you are able to put it in your budget and make a provision for it, and when your revenues come you give the monies, why would anyone have an objection? Education, health, and also many subsidies given to farmers are all fully justified. Nobody's got a problem with it. So I just want to highlight that many of these things will have to be contextualized rather than us quickly, trying to gain one or the other brownie point. Sir, there were discussions on malnutrition. Honorable Member Ami Yagnik, with whom I've had from before the time when BJP came to power, a lot of interaction in television debates. I respect her for the dedication with which she does her business. I just want to highlight on malnutrition and also people coming down below the poverty line, the UNDP MPI 2022 report notes that nationally, the relative reduction from 2015-16 to 2019-21 has been faster. 11.9% a year compared to 8.1% from 2005-6 to 2015-16. So in that period, the reduction was 8.1, now in 15-16 to 19-21, the reduction is 11.9%, sir. And this is UNDP saying it. The policies have shaped the Antyodaya principle, shaped around the Antyodaya principle, and as a result, countless flagship schemes, and also the food security, for which the supplementary demand comes up with a demand for funding the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana, are very clearly indicative that food is reaching the common people, particularly in difficult times like COVID. So I just want to highlight that point which Honorable Member Yagnik raised. And also, food subsidy in 2013-14 was 92,000 crores only. Whereas in BE 22-23, sir, we have provided for 2,06,831.09 crores. So we are taking the nutrition and food security of people very seriously, and that is why. And after the this supplementary demand, the allocation would go up to more than 2.8 lakh crores for the year 2022-23. So we didn't allocate it at the beginning, but we have not hesitated to add now, just to ensure that food security is being kept in mind. Sir, Honorable Member Manoj Jha, you obviously referred yesterday saying the two of you all are from the same university, so there should be some camaraderie. I just want to highlight, sir, it was very interesting to hear Honorable Member speak about double-engine Sarkar, and that it's not constitutionally envisaged, and you are trying to make sure by doing this, for those states which are not double-engine, it is becoming trouble-engine. He said that. So I just want to highlight how trouble engines work. Sir, when the central government was with the UPA and the party to which Honorable Manoj Jha belongs to, between 2004 and 14, the deliberate way in which many states were put to difficulty are so many that your words of troublemaking or trouble engine, not double engine, are so true. Trouble engines were then and not now. Trouble engine, Sardar Sarovar Dam, sir. The plan was made in 1979. The construction began in 87, and the Honorable Chief Minister, now the Honorable Prime Minister, was begging with the central government saying, let this get completed because the state is a semi-arid state. The Gujarat water table was going down and measures taken by Honorable Chief Minister then was trying to help farmers. But Sardar Sarovar, every trick in the bag was used to delay the project. And I'm now quoting from Honorable PM's speech in 2013 and again in 2017, the UPA government was the troublemaker for Sardar Sarovar Dam. And it did not give the necessary clearances and used every trick in the book to delay the project, just for settling political scores. Gates of Sardar Sarovar Dam was not allowed to be installed despite repeated requests. That's trouble engine, you know, Manoj Jha ji. Again, sir, UPA government did not approve the Taranga Ambaji Abu railway road, Taranga Ambaji Abu road railway line. And that's been waiting for a long time. Why shouldn't people vote for double engines, sir? If this is the kind of trouble engines create, and that trouble engine is not here. It was there. You were a partner to it. Similarly, sir, Gujarat government's gas pipeline and gas distribution projects. The network was laid at the state's own expenditure, but it cannot be completed, nor was gas connection or gas to be received from the port to be given through the network. And that was also a tweet and a blog which Honorable Prime Minister now and the Chief Minister then had written in 2013. So these are instances, and much more than that, sir. Honorable Member John Britas also speaks about center-state relationship. He belongs to a party which became a victim of the trouble engine even in 1959. The misuse of 356. The misuse of article, even now, I'm glad to hear, but you are very cohabiting comfortable with them. Sir, Article 356. You are against? Oh, really? Oh. Because I see quite a lot of friendly matches happening between the two. Sir, Article 356, the misuse of it began in 1959 when EMS Namboodiripad government was thrown out, saying, law and order, you get out. Sir, August 1984, Governor Ramlal dismissed N.T. Ramarav's government in TDP government in Andhra Pradesh. And similarly, sir, many such. In 16 years of her power, Srimati Indira Gandhi misused Article 356 50 times. 50 times, 50 times. Yes, MGR government, also the DMK government. Yeah. Post-emergency, DMK government also was dismissed. So, misuse of Article 356, central state federalism relationship, both RJD and CPM should now stand up and say, was it better? Trouble making, trouble engine. Where is the trouble engine? So, let's be sure that double engine works. Trouble engine is the one which did all this for us.
Please.
Sir, also, Honorable Member Manoj Jha said, like many others who said, sir, that the government is working only for the corporates and not for the Aam Aadmi. I just want to highlight and thank Honorable Member Ajay Pratap Singh. I can't say, he's here. He started listing out, saying, is this for the corporates? Is this for the corporates? He was right. Our government, sir, works on the development of all and appeasement for none principle. Our principle is that development for sabka saath, sabka vikas. There is no appeasement. And therefore, when you have Jandan Yojana, is it going for the corporates? Jam Trinity went for the corporates. PM Ayushman Bharat, does it go for the corporates? Ujjwala, does it go for the corporates? Ujala, does it go for the corporates? Krishi Sinchai Yojana, Fasal Bima Yojana, do they go for? And this subsidy, this supplementary demand for grants asking money for fertilizer, does the fertilizer go for the corporates? So, it's very easy, sir, to, चमत्कार से ये सब बात बोलना आसान है, मगर housing for all, 80 crore people get free food grains. Is that going to your corporate friends? To whom both the Congress party and later the communists as well don't want to take any action. One port was given on a platter to one of the big A's, which gets quoted to us very often. They invited them saying, come, develop this port. Okay, that was Congress. Afterwards, the communists came. They didn't take it back. You want those corporates when you want that port to be developed, both Congress and communists. Friendly match, John Britas.
Please take your seat. No, sir. No, wait, I know how to, please, go ahead.
Sir, so when we do it, it's wrong. I'm glad to hear John Britas say that, sir.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir. I'm very glad. Is there anything wrong with that? Yes. So when you have projects which are through an open, transparent tender process going to a particular corporate, we doing it will become, you're giving it only to Ambanis and Adanis, whereas they invited on a platter, come and develop my Virinjam port.
Honorable Minister.
Rajasthan.
And in Rajasthan, sir, Honorable Chair, Rajasthan has given lands to one of the big corporates. Was that? And there are other states also like that. So corporates is only a pet, bait which they like to throw. But when they do it, it's all chup chop. At that time, the friendly match between Congress and communists will go on. Yes, it will go on. Sir, also, please. Also, sir, sir, inflation is a daylight robbery.
One second.
Sir, every state is with some inflation number or the other. Nowadays, you get it even for states, sir. So I just want to know, is daylight robbery also happening in Kerala, where CPI latest is 5.9%, inflation is daylight robbery? Is it happening there also?
It's the lowest in Kerala.
Mr. John Britas,
So it's not lowest.
please.
National average is lowest.
Please.
National average is lowest, sir. It's not low in your state. 8. So, sir, also, sir, Honorable Member Dola Sen spoke about BSNL. She's not here. If I should expand, there are other members of our party here. BSNL has not been taken care of. I just want to give 2 numbers and leave it, although I wanted to expand, but I wouldn't in the time being what it is. Sir, cabinet approval for revival of BSNL in 2019 gave 54,021 crores, and that's for pensionary benefit, which is spread over 10 years, ex gratia, capital infusion for 4G, grant for GST for 4G spectrum, that 4G which the UPA hadn't given. So, BSNL and MTNL, 54,021 crores in 2019. 2022, sir, 1,23,757 crores is what the cabinet's approval is for BSNL. And what is it for? AGR dues of BSNL amounting to 33,000 crores and odd, reissue of 9% non-cumulative preference shares, allotment of 900 and 1,800 megahertz spectrum, which later on can also be helpful for 5G, then restructuring and operational integration, capex requirement and compensation to BSNL for unviable rural wireline services. So BSNL is being taken care of, not just in 1 year, not just for one head, but overall revival of BSNL. Sir, I've also heard, sir, a lot of people saying, oh, you can't harass, the point which both Manoj and John Rittas made, later on member Priyanka Chaturvedi also made. 28, that you're using ED to oppress opposition parties and you're not able to. No, sir. Law enforcement agencies, it's a different thing that if your party is not able to hold your own flock together, it's a different story. Don't blame the ED or anybody else. But ED, sir, I'm showing this deliberately, sir. If this is the kind of evidence you see, which is reported in the media, what are we talking about? Cash found in a minister's house. I'll verify it and leave it on the table.
Please put it on.
I will authenticate it and leave it on the table. Yes,
Please
I'm conscious of what the rules that the chairman says. I will authenticate it and leave it on the table.
Honorable Minister.
But with this kind of evidence.
Honorable Minister, please authenticate the document and leave it on the table.
Absolutely, I will do that.
And I have issued one second, Mr. Vikas, and I have already given directions to some members to do similarly. I hope they do it. Please, go ahead.
Sir, and also this question of 1 minute, sir. I will just. Sir, states are most often left without enough money. I'm coming to the end, sir, with this side. Without much support, they are suffering, they don't have enough. I just want to highlight a few features which I cursorily did earlier, sir. To help states, sir, Centre took a loan of 1.1 lakh crore in 2020-21 and 1.5 lakh crores 1.59 lakh crores and released it back to back to the states to meet the gap created due to less connection of GST compensation. During 22-23, in May, central government also released 86,912 crore as provisional GST compensation for states for the period February-May 2022, despite the fact that there was only about 25,000 crore in GST compensation fund from where, and only from where I'm authorized to send the compensation, by making arrangements of funds of around 62,000 crore from its own resources. Again in November, sir, Centre released an amount of 17,000 crore towards the balanced GST compensation for the period April to June 2022. So the total amount of compensation released to the states and UTs so far, including the above mentioned items, is 1,15,662 crores. An amount of 14,000 crore during the current year will go towards debt obligation for the loans raised. So I just want to leave it absolutely plain on the table of the House, sir. So with these words, I think I largely have addressed the concerns of most of the members, and I thank you for giving me this opportunity.
One second. Just please, Mr. Chidambaram, please have a seat. Have a seat, have a seat. I know, honorable members, after the honorable minister has made her reflections, I think some clarifications are necessary. You want a question? Just one question if she is willing to answer. Mr. Chidambaram, you had 5.5 or 6 questions carefully culled out, and asking a question at conclusion will not be appropriate. No, that will be a very... No. You may be willing, she might concede, leave something to me also. I can't allow practice to go that way. No. If you were to seek some clarification, I would more than welcome it. Number one, you 1 second, sir. No, sir. No, be fair to me now. Don't reword a question into a clarification. Please do that.
Sir, the Honorable Finance Minister was very kind to explain that
Your clarification, sir.
1,24,000 crore will be spent on strengthening and reviving BSNL. I read, and she may confirm it or deny it, that it is proposed to merge BSNL with MTNL, which I think is a good idea. That's my personal view. If that is the intention of the government, that BSNL will be strengthened, revived, and merged with MTNL, will the Honorable Finance Minister please clarify that after spending 1,24,000 crore of public money, BSNL and MTNL will remain in the public sector and compete with the private sector?
Honorable Minister.
The budget of 21-22 very clearly came up with a national public sector enterprises policy that has identified sectors in which a minimum presence will be of the government. I would request the honourable member through you to kindly look into that policy.
One second. Mr. Raghav Chadda. And Raghav, before you seek your clarification, 2 things. One, the Honorable Finance Minister has made pointed, focused reflections about what you have said.
I will reflect on that.
One. So please carefully word your clarification and confine it to clarification.
Sir,
please.
The Honorable Finance
Don't make it a speech.
Sir, no, it's not a speech, sir. I am only saying that the Honorable Finance Minister deemed it appropriate to take pot shots at me when I asked only 10 specific questions. And my question, my clarification is, does the Finance Minister know? My clarification is, does the Finance Minister know the price of 1 kg of wheat, 1 kg of rice, and 1 liter of milk?
I can't allow platform to be misused.
Today?
Sorry. Mr. John Bitas, please. Sorry. John Bitas, please.
Sir, how can the minister disturb the
Take your
chairman?
seat, Mr. Raghav Chadda. I gave you the platform.
The ministry is
it could not be well used.
Sir, my clarification.
1 second.
My clarification to the Honorable Minister. Sir, my clarification to the Honorable Minister.
Clarification.
He is not yielding, sir.
Clarification,
My
Dr. John Bitas.
clarification. Sir, please sit down.
Dr.
Chairman
John
has
Bitas.
satisfied me.
Dr.
Honorable Minister is
John
defying the
Bitas,
chair.
address me.
Sir, please sit down.
No, please. Raise your...
Honorable Chairman, my clarification to the ministry is it not she referred to the port of Vizhinjam, is it not the fact that the LDF wanted to do the port as public sector port rather than a private sector port?
Please.
And also, sir, is it a fact that Kerala has taken up the issue of the loss of almost 24,000 crore in a year due to the various
Honorable
policies?
Minister, would you like to respond?
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, would you like to respond?
Sir, the fact remains that the Congress government in Kerala invited a corporate house to come and take the port and do it. And subsequently, when the communist government came in, the LDF government came in, they did not do anything. And now for Honorable John Brittas to tell us that the state government wanted to take and do it, if you're going by the rule, why won't you take and do it? If you're asking me now, just for the consumption of the public, that
Thank
you want
you.
to take
Thank
it,
you,
when the
Honorable
rules
Minister.
don't permit, perhaps.
Thank you. Last clarification, Professor.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, sir.
Please, let's have order in the House.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, sir. My clarification
Please
is
ask your clarification, Professor.
very pointed
Manoja.
clarification, ma'am, Finance Minister. When I had spoken about trouble engine, it was in the context of Bihar, where payments are either delayed,
There is no
matching grants are not provided. And
Okay,
yes,
okay.
Article 356 has been replaced by
Okay, Professor
Operation
Manoja.
Lotus.
Please. I shall put the motion regarding consideration of appropriation number 5 bill 2022 to vote. The question is that the appropriation number 5 bill 2022 as passed by Lok Sabha be taken into consideration. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We shall now take up clause by clause consideration of the bill. Clauses 2 and 3 and the schedule stand part of the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Clauses 2, 3 and the schedule are adopted. Clause 1, the enacting formula and the title stand part of the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Clause 1, the enacting formula and the title are adopted. Shrimati Nirmala Sitharaman to move that the bill be returned.
So I rise to move that the bill be returned.
Motion moved that the bill be returned. The question is that the bill be returned. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The bill is returned. I shall now put the motion regarding consideration of the appropriation number 4 bill 2022 to vote. The question is that the appropriation number 4 bill 2022 as passed by Lok Sabha be taken into consideration. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We shall now take up clause by clause consideration of the bill. Clauses 2, 3 and the schedule stand part of the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Clauses 2, 3 and the schedule are adopted. Clause 1, the enacting formula and the title stand part of the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Clause 1, the enacting formula and the title are adopted. Shrimati Nirmala Sitharaman to move that the bill be returned.
So I rise to move that the bill be returned.
Motion moved that the bill be returned. The question is that the bill be returned. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The bill is returned. Please, okay.
Honorable Chairman had the other day given a direction that
all the parties should allocate their seats to the members. And as per Rule 235(7), Rule 235(7) says that every member, while speaking, shall keep to his usual seat while addressing the council. I have seen some of the members addressing the council and while seeking clarifications, whether they are speaking from their seat or not. And if they are not speaking from their seat, then it is not order. It is not, it doesn't become valid point. It doesn't become part of the proceedings. I want to raise this point.
Honorable members, I had indicated my own difficulty. When the seats were not allocated, I was looking and searching for the honorable members. I made 3 attempts. Today was my last attempt, and I had indicated to the respective party leaders to complete the formality by end of the day. Your point is well taken, though it is not point of order. Motion for nomination to the Joint Committee on Multi-State Cooperative Societies Amendment Bill 2022, Shri B.L. Verma.
आदरणीय सभापति महोदय, मैं प्रस्ताव करता हूं, यह सभा लोकसभा की इस सिफारिश से सहमति प्रकट करती है कि यह सभा बहुराज्य सहकारी सोसाइटी संशोधन विधेयक 2022 के संबंध में दोनों सभाओं की संयुक्त समिति में सम्मिलित हो और संकल्प करती है कि उक्त संयुक्त समिति में काम करने के लिए राज्यसभा के निम्नलिखित सदस्यों के नाम निर्देशित किए जाएं। नंबर 1 श्री घनश्याम तिवारी, नंबर 2 श्री सुरेंद्र सिंह नागर, नंबर 3 श्री धनंजय भीमराव महादेव, नंबर 4 श्री रामचंद्र जांगड़ा जी, नंबर 5 श्रीमती रजनी अशोकराव पाटिल, नंबर 6 श्री सुखेंदु शेखर राय, नंबर 7 श्री NR इलांगो, नंबर 8 श्री विक्रमजीत सिंह साहनी, नंबर 9 श्री सुजीत कुमार और नंबर 10 श्री S निरंजन रेड्डी।
Honorable members, motion moved. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Now the Maritime Anti-Piracy Bill 2022. Sri S. Jayasankar to move a motion for consideration of the Maritime Anti-Piracy Bill 2022.
With your permission, Chairman Sir, I rise to move the motion for consideration of the Maritime Anti-Piracy Bill 2022 as passed by Lok Sabha on 19 December 2022 for the consideration of this August House.
If you want to speak, you can speak, Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chairman Sir, as all the honorable members would be aware, the Maritime Anti-Piracy Bill 2022 was passed by the Lok Sabha on 19 December. With your permission, sir, I would like to inform the honorable members that this bill was initially introduced in the Lok Sabha on 9 December 2019 and it was referred to the Standing Committee on External Affairs 2019-20 for examination and report. The committee carefully examined the bill and made some very useful recommendations and observations. I would like, sir, through you, to first thank all the honorable members present in this House because 10 of the members of the Standing Committee were from this House for their contributions, suggestions and views because it has had a very significant contribution to the shaping of this bill. The Ministry of External Affairs held several rounds of extensive interministerial consultations with the concerned departments of the Government of India to incorporate all the recommendations of the Standing Committee in the bill. The amendments were drafted and finalized with concurrence of the Ministry of Law and Justice. I am glad to inform the House, sir, through you, that out of the 18 recommendations of the Standing Committee, 14 of them have been incorporated suitably in the bill. 3 recommendations were only observations and they too have been duly noted. One recommendation related to defining clear-cut roles of various departments.
माननीय सदस्यगण कृपया कृपया शांति रखें प्लीज. आप माननीय मंत्री बोल रहे हैं और पीछे बैठकर आप लोग शोर कर रहे हैं. प्लीज.
For the establishment of a coordination mechanism, it also called for designing standard operating procedures for deportation and extradition of pirates by the Ministry of Home Affairs so that these provisions could be implemented early. Addressing the concerns of the honorable members of the standing committee, sir, the provision for trial in absentia was dropped in the official amendments before they were passed by the Lok Sabha. Honorable members should also be aware that this bill addresses the issue of death penalty as an exceptional case, and the quantum of punishments envisaged are in line with the gravity of offences. Chairman, sir, in the absence of a specific law or a legal provision in the Indian Penal Code or the Criminal Procedure Code on piracy, this bill would provide an effective legal instrument to combat maritime piracy. It would enable us to discharge our obligations under the UNCLOS, which we had signed in 1982 and ratified in 1995. Ensuring maritime security is key to safeguarding India's security and economic well-being. With more than 90% of our trade taking place by sea routes and more than 80% of our hydrocarbon requirements being seaborne, the security of our sea lanes of communication is critical. India is also one of the largest providers of seafarers in the world. This bill will fulfill all the expectations of the UNCLOS to which India is a signatory for cooperation in repression of piracy in high seas. India has taken a lead on issues of maritime security at multilateral fora, as showcased by our initiative when Prime Minister chaired a session on maritime security in the UN Security Council during India's presidency in August of last year. This was the first time the maritime security was a formal agenda item at the Security Council. As such, the passing of this bill will enhance our global credentials and standing in the Committee of Nations. It will strengthen our maritime security, including the safety of our maritime trade routes and the well-being of Indian seafarers in international waters. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. माननीय सदस्यगण, motion moved. Now, Shri Vivek K. Tankha, माननीय विवेक तनखा जी, please.
Thank you, Chairman, for giving me this opportunity. I would first commend the ministry that you referred the matter to the standing committee, which was able to correct many of the mistakes which I noticed in the original bill. So a lot of mistakes have been rectified in this bill, but let me just point out a few things which may need your attention and some for humor also. You know, the original title of the bill was Anti-Maritime Privacy Bill, as if it's anti-maritime. It had to be anti-privacy piracy rather than anti-maritime. So they changed the title on the recommendation of the standing committee, and now it's titled the Maritime Anti-Piracy Bill 2022. So that is a good thing which they noticed. Then as we proceed with the bill, in the definition, there was ambiguity whether the continental shelf is covered or not, because they were talking of high seas. And they did talk of the continental shelf. They changed that in the first provision itself. Another thing which I noticed was they had not notified which personnel would be authorized to arrest, investigate and seize in the continental shelf, Indian waters or high sea. This also has been rectified now in the present bill, and now you have defined who are the authorized personnel. This definition was not there earlier. And of course, the definition of piracy continues to be there. What I noticed again is, in the original bill, they had also covered ships with and aircrafts. The aircraft part has now been deleted. Now it's only ships. But while finalizing the bill, Honorable Minister, if you look at the explanation for the which is explanation to 2I at the bottom of second page, explanation for the purpose of the clause aircraft shall have the same meaning as assigned to it in clause 1(2) of the Aircraft Act. This is a surplus. This is not required now, since you have deleted this entire bill from the ambit of aircraft. This explanation, maybe by mistake, has continued in the bill. Otherwise, it should not have been there. When you come to the offense part, whoever commits any act of piracy, now this act of piracy means the act of piracy as defined in the act, no issue. So of course there is no aircraft piracy now anymore. So that is why I am saying that explanation is also not required. But what I am a little surprised that in clause 3, 2 proviso, and in addition, shall also be subject to restitution or forfeiture of property involved in commission of such offence. Generally, if there are provisions of restitution and forfeiture, they also provide the procedure. Here, what is the procedure of forfeiture is not provided in this act. We have seen from 80s when acts were enacted and forfeitures were provided. Initially, it used to be struck down by the court as being arbitrary because there was no defined procedure. So maybe you will have to bring the procedure of restitution and forfeiture. And let me also tell you that the imprisonment part will continue to look very harsh. So there are many countries in this world who don't accept capital punishment. To name a few, USA, Kenya, Italy, Australia, Sri Lanka, and maybe others also. Now, the moment you bring capital punishment, all your treaties and conventions will go for a toss because their jurisdiction, legal jurisdictions, don't accept death penalty. So I don't know how you will be able to align your clauses with their preferences, because if the two don't match, there will be problems between two countries' legal jurisdictions. Then coming to clause 7, I mean, where you say that the authorized personnel may either generally or on suspicion that a ship is engaged in piracy on high seas shall board such ship and arrest the personnel or seize the pirated ship and property on board. Now, this is what I am a little surprised. On suspicion, you are entering a ship, but you can only arrest a person if you are prima facie convinced that an act of piracy has taken place. You could also do it if there was an attempt being made, because attempt is also made punishable here. Planning normally is never punishable. The only provision in IPC where planning is punishable is dacoity. A dacoity is a punishable offence under IPC, but planning otherwise is not a punishable offence. The problem that I see here is on suspicion you enter. You also arrest a person. You also forfeit, you seize his property. Now, what are you going to do with this property and with the person if there is no offence? How will you deal with him? This is something which you will have to ponder over, and I'm sure it will be a lawyer's paradise to argue such cases in courts of law. Again, if we go a little further, you have rightly designated, you have rightly said that the central government, in consultation with the Chief Justice, will designate courts. Now, these courts are also courts of sessions. Question again is, when you have an overcrowded docket in courts, are you giving them extra judges for these offences, or it's the current number of judges who will also now be burdened with these offences and actions? So the problem is in India we don't see that we have no impact assessment of our legislation. We legislate and then see the impact falling on the judiciary or the bodies authorized to take upon such action. So this is an issue which you will have to discuss with the judiciary if they would want to increase the number of judges, especially the maritime courts would be in the coastal area where such offences could be reported and tried. Again, this is not a case where this is not an act which will be covering IPC offences. If you recollect the Italian case, the Italian sailors, I think those were, I think, naval personnel. Under a mistake of fact or mistake of something, they shot dead some fishermen, and they had to be tried as under IPC offences. Now, those IPC this is a piracy bill, so that part is not going to be covered under this bill. So I suppose in those cases, people will still have to go to the regular courts. It will not be covered by designated courts, because that is not a coverage under this bill, sir. Again, your section clause 11 says there's a high level of presumption. Anybody caught with ammunition is deemed to have committed an offence under this act. Now, arms, ammunition, explosive, other equipments, there's evidence of force, threat, and all that. The problem here very often is you are catching somebody on the high seas. He's carrying ammunition. How do you prove that this is for piracy? And especially when it's caught, when you are talking of the suspicion provisions. So there is no offence happened. There is no evidence of abetment happening also. But you have only caught a ship on the high seas where some people are moving suspiciously, or maybe they're carrying weapons, but carrying weapons for their own protection also is not unusual these days. So that's what I'm trying to say, that these provisions of presumptions sometimes become very harsh. And what happens here is, if I am caught on the high seas by the Indian personnel, I'm just saying as a matter of record, if I'm caught on the high seas, I have a couple of guns with me, and it's presumed that I'm a pirate. It will be presumed that I'm a pirate, and I'll be indulging in an act of piracy. Now it is for me to prove my innocence. If I can't prove my innocence, then I have to be convicted, and that conviction is going to be 10 years. So as I said, all these provisions are good to read and to look at. But the moment when it comes into practice, we know that it's not easy. And especially your bail provisions. Now, in the bail provisions, I don't know why, this twin test, which is being deprecated by the entire legal community, even the Supreme Court judgment in the PMLA case, is now being reviewed at the behest of the Chief Justice's order after the judgment. Now, we again come back with the twin test. Now, the twin test is, sir, that if you ask for bail, and in that bail application, if the prosecutor says there's a reasonable ground for believing that he's not guilty, which every prosecutor would say in every case, that I have full grounds to believe that the man is guilty, and then it says, and that he's not likely to commit any offence while on bail. Now, how can anybody, in what way can I prove to the court that except by giving an affidavit or a word or a bond, that I will not commit an offence? Now, on this ground, this twin test is being criticized everywhere. Bail, as a matter of fact, is a rule, as Justice Krishna Iyer would say. Bail is not a trial. You're not imprisoning him for an offence. You only caught him for investigation. Now, once you've completed your investigation, put him to conditions so that he can't run away, so that he produces himself for trial. But the problem here is, as in earlier cases, we in earlier legislations, we incorporated this twin condition. Mechanically, I think this twin condition has again come in this act, and again, in many cases, it will become highly difficult, and it will cause great concern and great problems to people who might get even on suspicion arrested. So I am arrested on a suspicion. That suspicion cannot be proved beyond, then it is presumed, because I am carrying ammunition in the high seas, that I am a pirate. I have to prove beyond doubt that I am not a pirate, and if I don't prove beyond that, I can't even get bail. So these are very, very strong provisions. Somewhere the magnanimity of law, the largeness of law, and the jurisprudence which the common law gave us, that a man is presumed to be innocent till proved guilty, it has to be followed to a large extent. And with these words, I would say that there is nothing to really oppose the bill, because all these issues are also before the court of law in some way or the other. But it's a step forward. From 2012, an effort was being made to bring this law. It went to standing committees, it went to various discussions in the parliament, and finally, in some shape, at least, it has come. And India would be delighted to have a law on piracy, but I would say, please have a look at some of these harsh provisions, whether they would be causing more mischief and damage than doing good to the polity as such. Thank you.
Thank you. माननीय श्री प्रकाश जावड़ेकर जी.
उपसभापति महोदय, ये बिल सर्वसम्मति से पास होगा, ये मेरा विश्वास है, क्योंकि देश की जरूरत का एक बहुत दिन जो नहीं हुआ था वो बिल ये है. पिछले 25-30 सालों से ये देख रहे लोग कि जहाज अगवा करते हैं, सेलर्स को अगवा करते हैं, हाई सीज में माल की चोरी करते हैं, और ये गुना हर साल 50 से 60 होते हैं दुनिया भर में. तो ऐसा नहीं कि ये समाप्त हुआ है. पहले सोमालिया में बहुत जोर से बहुत संख्या में ये क्राइम हुआ 2008 to 2011, लेकिन धीरे धीरे सभी देशों ने एक आकर काम किया तो उसका परिणाम हुआ, और उस परिणाम के कारण ये सोमालिया की घटनाएं थोड़ी रुकी, लेकिन दुनिया की सारी घटनाएं नहीं रुकी है. आज हमारे कोस्ट गार्ड की ये प्रॉब्लम है कि हमारा जो 200 नॉटिकल माइल के आगे जहां हमारा एक्सक्लूसिव इकोनॉमिक जोन खत्म होता है, समुद्र ऐसा है, इतना बड़ा है, विशाल है कि हर देश का 200 किलोमीटर का भाग जो है वो एक्सक्लूसिव इकोनॉमिक जोन है, लेकिन बाकी जो जोन है वो किसी का नहीं है. तो वहां अगर कोई पायरेसी करता है तो उसको पकड़ने का कोई प्रोविजन नहीं था. ये कानून मूलतः उसके लिए है, और इसलिए, और हमारी दूसरी भी है, वैसे दुनिया में हमारा ट्रेड बहुत ज्यादा मात्रा में नहीं है, लेकिन जो भी है वो 90% जहाज से ही होता है, और दुनिया के अनेक कमर्शियल जो जहाज है उन पर लोग काम करते भारतीय. दुनिया में जितने लोग जहाजों पर काम करते हैं उसमें 11-12% भारत के लोग हैं. तो हम कभी कभी सुनते, पिछले साल हमने सुना कि 50 दिन के लिए भारतीय जहाज के कर्मचारियों को बंधक बना के रखा था, अगवा करके रखा था. तो ये स्थितियां होती है और हम कुछ नहीं कर पाते. तो ये जब जहाज हाई सीज पर है तब उस पर कार्रवाई करने का अधिकार इस बिल से कोस्ट गार्ड से लेकर अपने सारे नेवी से लेकर सबको मिलता है. तो ये एक जरूरी अधिकार है. और ये जैसे मंत्री जी ने कहा कि यूएन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल में भी इसकी चर्चा हुई थी, लेकिन अभी 2 साल भारत की प्रेसिडेंसी थी, तो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये 5 चीजें आवश्यक करने की बताई, सबने मान भी ली, और एक आउटकम डॉक्यूमेंट प्रेसिडेंशियल स्टेटमेंट घोषित हुआ. इसमें यह मुद्दा आया कि सब दुनिया इस बारे में कानून खड़े करे, और इसलिए ये कानून बहुत जरूरी था. वो हुआ है. हमारे मित्र वकील है, तो उन्होंने वकीली के दृष्टि से वो बताया है कि क्या डिफिकल्टी हो सकती है. अगर एक भी डिफिकल्टी नहीं होगी तो वकील क्या करेंगे? तो कुछ तो होगा, लेकिन सुधार भी होता है, यही लोकतंत्र है और उसी की मजा है। स्टैंडिंग कमेटी की सार्थकता, ये मेरे मन में हमेशा एक मुद्दा है ही कि, और मैं कोई भी सरकार हो, हमारी हो दूसरे की हो, मैं हमेशा मानता हूं कि स्टैंडिंग कमेटी में चूंकि कैमरे नहीं होते, चूंकि रिपोर्टर्स नहीं होते, सब लोग अपने दिल से जो देश के हित में बात है वो करते हैं। और इसलिए अनेक अच्छे सुझाव हर स्टैंडिंग कमेटी में आते हैं। यहां 14 में से 12 पर उन्होंने स्वीकृति दी, ये एक बहुत बड़ी बात है सरकार के लिए भी और स्टैंडिंग कमेटी के लिए भी। गौरव दोनों का है और यही परंपरा कायम रहनी चाहिए। एक अत्यावश्यक बिल था सिक्योरिटी, जिसमें प्रधानमंत्री जी ने यूएन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल की अध्यक्षता करते हुए ये शुरुआत की, तो इसको आज हम अंजाम दे रहे हैं, इसको सभी समर्थन करेंगे, ये मेरा विश्वास है।
धन्यवाद माननीय प्रकाश जी। माननीय ऑनरेबल श्री जवाहर सरकार।
Thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity to speak on this very important bill. It's not as routine a passing as we think. Maritime piracy has reached a very high proportion, and we are all aware from two very startling cases concerning India, one off the coast of Nigeria and the other off the coast of Somalia. And Somalia as a rogue state keeps threatening. So therefore, the bill is timely. In fact, could have been perhaps done even earlier. It's in execution of our international agreement. But having said that, sir, I have only a few queries to the Minister. The Honourable Minister is my former colleague. It's my honour to speak after Mr. Javadekar, my ex-minister. Now, having said that, and honour to listen to my friend from the other side, Vivek. Now, is the applicability only to Indian bottoms, to Indian ships? Is it applicable only to Indian ships? In other words, we need to be clear that if an Indian merchant hires another ship or takes major part in, let us say, a Norwegian ship, and that is subjected to high seas piracy, would this act be applicable? Because Indian goods of high value are involved. So that is my first query. The Minister is free to clarify it. Now, going by the Act, it's been well drafted, but Section 2(1)(a), the opening ball, if I may put it, says that only authorized persons can execute the Act. And the authorized person has been described rather liberally, but at the end of this meaning, it means Sarkar, that either a naval ship or a Coast Guard ship has to take action, or a government ship of any type. Now, my humble submission to you, sir, is that when piracy takes place, it does not look at the flag of the ship. It perhaps doesn't look at it. So if it's a private bottom, private ship, which doesn't have the authority, would that private ship, who is otherwise capable, be able to execute the honor of India? That's all. Would it be able to execute? There's a question of aircraft coming in 2J. Aircraft is now an accompaniment of many forms of transport, and maybe helicopters are also part of the, let us say, sea passage. But the word other aircraft attracted my attention. Other aircraft, I hope it's not stretched like a rubber band to cover everything. In fact, air piracy or even other air offences under this one, because we need a separate list, separate bill for that one. We are clear that air offences take place. Now, stateless persons has been defined. Thank you very much. This has been a crying need. But this could be extended to other acts as well, because stateless persons are not only subject to the anti-piracy bill, it is subject to many other acts, stateless persons, and we need to get a little more firm about it. Now, you have talked about extending in section 2.2, extending the IPC. It's a welcome decision, and I really wonder how we have been carrying on so long without extending the Indian Penal Code to our territorial waters, our economic zone, our continental shelf, whatever we claim. My question, sir, is that this bill represents a desire of the government and the people also to extend their arm as long as possible. But the extension of the arm is possible only when you have muscles that go with the arm. In other words, we need an executing agency like the US Navy SEALs, a commando force that's capable of executing it. Otherwise, it remains a paper act. So that part is perhaps not his domain, but he could, the minister could always enlighten us as to what is the executing arm. Supposing an Indian ship has been caught off Aden, can we send some things from here? That's send our force from here. And legitimately under this act, claim that we have acted in due honor of the law of India. So we have this about who. The question that comes to me, and I'm sure that the minister, experienced minister would know my concern, is what we call the theory of hot pursuit. Hot pursuit is an American practice of getting into anyone's territory at any point of time and saying that I was pursuing a criminal and I was in hot pursuit and therefore I violated your territorial sovereignty to get at my people. And because America is America, it has got away with it. It got away with it. Would we also like to enunciate the crux of the principle of hot pursuit? Because if India has to assert itself and has to, especially in the light of a neighbor that does not believe much in international law or international peace, perhaps the theory of hot pursuit could be evinced and could be internalized. We have, what about rogue states? When we talk of recurring problems from Somalia, we all know Somalia is a rogue state. It does not come under the purview of the Act, but it certainly comes under one of the worries of the Ministry of External Affairs. What about rogue states? What is our action about rogue states? Sir, on the question of jurisdiction of who will decide, supposing we catch a pirate ship, a pirate vessel, and drag it to Indian waters, we shall all be there to clap. If we can do it. We have not been able to do it so far. But supposing we can do it, the question of jurisdiction is given as a port of disembarkation. This could be perhaps streamlined a bit, because my question is that it will need only one dedicated court for it. Mr. Tankha has also raised this issue. The next one is very worrisome, sir, especially under this system of governance. Evidence is it is a lot of presumptive evidence floating around for a very good purpose. But having seen the case of Father Stanley that has happened, where it has been openly said in the international domain that false evidence has been planted into that old man's computer before he died, and there has been no denial from the government side. Therefore, I assume that much of what has been said on Father Stanley that is true. When planting of evidence takes place by very organized people, what do? I am not accusing the government in this case of planting evidence in the anti-piracy. All I am saying is, if you leave wide balls, don't blame anyone for sixes. So be tight on that and let us go through what we call the rule of law. Last, I would request the Honourable Minister to give us a picture of what is going on. What are the statistics? How many Indians have been captured? How many Indians have lost their lives? How many Indians have been rescued? How many Indian ships have been rescued? How much goods, what value of goods has been brought in? How serious is the problem as compared to, let us say, the decade ago? That's all. With these words, sir, I would request you to convey my feelings and my queries to the Honorable Minister. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, Manni
Otherwise,
Jawahar
a very
Sarkar.
good bill.
Thank you, Manni Jawahar Sarkar. Honorable Enar Elango.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman. Thank you, Deputy Chairman. The Maritime Anti-Piracy Bill 2022, in my opinion, in its intention, object and necessity of the time, it is very much essential. With the great respect to the members of the committee, select committee, and to the Honorable Minister, while I am welcoming the clauses 2, clause 8, clause 11, clause 13, 14 and 15 without any objection, I have my own suggestions to the Honorable Ministers to consider few of the clauses. As Mr. Tanka said, clause 3, which says that forfeiture of property which is having no guideline to make the order of forfeiture of property. There is no guideline at all given. Who is to initiate the forfeiture of property and who is to pass the order? That is to be addressed to, number 1. Clause 3 is concerned. The methodology under which the forfeiture of property is to be made is to be addressed. In clause 4 and 5, if it is read, it says whoever attempts to commit the offence of piracy, that is fine, aids, abets or conspires. Now, if we can see subclause 2 of clause 2, the Indian Penal Code in its definition is applicable. Section 107 of the IPC defines what is abatement. Abatement is in 3 clauses: aids, conspires or intentionally instigates. Now all intentionally aids. All the 3 are again separated and given. In one word, abatement means it includes aiding and conspiracy as well. So this will definitely give a room for lawyers to argue, you have not charged me under which provision of 107 of Indian Penal Code. 107, 1, 2, 3. This is the usual mistake being committed by the police officers while trying to try an offender under section 109 of the IPC. They don't classify that you have aided or intentionally instigated or conspired. This problem again crops in clause 4. I request Honorable Minister to address to that issue. Again, clause 5, direct other person to participate. That means what? That is instigation. 107 is of Indian Penal Code says instigation. Directs other person to participate means instigation. You are already covered in the definition clause that what are all not defined into this act is we have to go by the Indian Penal Code. So I also request you to address to that clause. Clause 6 is conferring powers of arrest, investigation and prosecution by an officer of the state government or the central government. Now this is the problem. Our guested officers who are not well trained with the provisions of Criminal Procedure Code, investigating the matter, investigation in common parlance or under CRPC means which start with section 154 of CRPC, ends with 173 of CRPC. This, the gazetted officer is not aware of these procedures. Normally, such an act, such an offence, which is to be prosecuted with due diligence, if it being given to the hands of a gazetted officer who is not well versed with the provisions of Criminal Procedure Code, especially 154 to 173, ultimately the trial gets in an acquittal. All these steps taken to prosecute them and to punish them will go futile. This is happening in many of the legislations, that this power of arrest and investigation is being granted to the gazetted officer. Whether he is aware of Evidence Act, admissibility, relevancy, gazetted officer is not well versed. Whereas the police officers are day and day to day knows what is the evidence, whether it is relevant or irrelevant, whether it is admissible or inadmissible. This is the problem with empowering gazetted officers to investigate into an offence, that too serious offence of this nature. That is my view of the matter. Then, as far as Clause 9 is concerned, Clause 9 proviso, which says, provided nothing in this section shall apply to a warship or its auxiliary ship or a government-owned ship employed for non-commercial service and is under the control of the government authorities at the time of commission of the offence of the piracy. So, we are looking on the status of the ship. Now, let us visualize a scenario that a person who is having the control of the ship illegally tries to commit an offence of piracy. He gets the protection. What we are trying to punish is the person who commits the offence, not the vessel. So, how can a person who is having the control of a ship, which is under the proviso, if he commits piracy, he will be excluded, he cannot be prosecuted. That proviso have to be considered by the ministry once again. Clause 10. Clause 10, if it is read, Clause 10(1) says that a person who has been arrested have to be sent to the magistrate. And magistrate can remand him for 15 days or 7 days, whatever the case may be. For 2 minutes.
May conclude now because your time is...
I will finish, which are important suggestions according to me.
Yes, please.
But if it looked into, if the magistrate finds the detention of such person is not necessary, he have to send him to the designated court. Where is the purpose? What is the purpose behind this? Once the magistrate finds a person's detention is not necessary, you have to release him. That not is superfluous in my view. Then I only wish clause 5 of 10, subclause 5 of 10 comes true, that day-to-day trial happens. That is never going to happen.
Thank you. Thank you. No time.
With this, Chairman, I say, while I welcome the bill, it has to be considered all these aspects.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Sasmit Patra.
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Just one clarification I needed from you before I start. This is my second term and technically my maiden speech. So is it a maiden speech or 6 minutes? So
6 minutes.
6 minutes. Okay. Maiden har baar hota hai. No, I'm just pushing my envelope. Thank you so much, sir. I'll be quick. I'll be quick. I have 6 minutes. Firstly, sir, I'd like to thank the Honorable Minister of External Affairs, Dr. Jaishankar ji, for bringing this bill, because this is 75 years late. We have been an independent country for 75 years. We're celebrating 75 years of independence. But India never had a domestic law on anti-piracy, on maritime anti-piracy, in fact. So I'd like to thank the Honorable Minister for bringing the law that on the 75 years of Indian independence, we have a law that takes care of it. I'll be quick, sir, and I have been hearing the Honorable External Affairs Minister very intently in his reply in Lok Sabha. And since this bill has come after scrutiny by the Standing Committee, by scrutiny and certain amendments that the Honorable Minister has been very kind enough to adopt in the Lok Sabha, so many of the aspects, including the title of the bill, has also undergone change. So firstly, I have a quick pointer on the bill, Proviso 4. On Proviso 4, which deals with the punishment for attempt to commit piracy, it says, whoever attempts to commit the offence of piracy abets or conspires for such a thing, an imprisonment clause for a term which may extend to 10 years, with or without fine, has been mentioned, rightly so. The second Proviso 5 says, whoever participates, organizes, or directs other persons to participate in an act will be imprisoned for a period which may extend up to 14 years. So while both may seem different, at times the overlap of law and the evidence that is gathered over a period of time during a certain trial might, in a way, put out a grey area where there needs to be further clarity. So I hope the Honourable Minister in his reply will clarify in terms of Proviso 4 versus Proviso 5, what is the fine line that will demarcate what applies to Proviso 4 and applies to Proviso 5. Let's come to Proviso number 8, the designated court. Honorable Minister, again very rightly, and has also made an amendment, if I am correct, that the central government will also consult with the Chief Justices of the concerned high courts for undertaking this designated courts. My concern, Honorable Vice Chairman, Deputy Chairman, sir, is that when we go through the designated courts and the courts may get us a speedy trial, it will again go through the process of judicial appeals. It will again go through the judicial appeals of a high court, a Supreme Court, and we have seen number of times, especially when there was those Italian Navy people who were arrested in Kerala and kept there, that it generates a lot of interest. At the same time, the trial process can also be pretty lengthy. Apart from that, the judicial review process, the judicial appeal process could also extend. And many a times, if they are from a person from a foreign origin, their consulates also get associated with it. They also start sending their legal help. So it complicates matters. So in this case, though we have a structure, how is the Honourable Minister hoping to navigate through this entire process of judicial appeal, even if we have very efficient courts that are going to be designated? The third aspect, Honourable Deputy Chairman, sir, relates to the issue of the jurisdiction. If I'm correct, and again I hope I stand corrected, that the designated court will try offences committed by a person in the custody of Indian Navy or Coast Guard, regardless of the nationality, a citizen of India, a resident foreign national in India. Further, the court will not have jurisdiction over offences committed on a foreign ship. Now, is that correct, or do I stand corrected? I think that is something that I will look forward to the Honourable Minister to talk about. The presumption of guilt, Honourable Minister has already mentioned in Lok Sabha. I had gone through it. I do not want to again ask him to repeat on the presumption of guilt. That has been very clearly identified. One critical area regarding the death penalty has also been dealt with by the Honourable Minister earlier. So I do not want to repeat it, but it's a good thing that the death penalty has not been made a mandatory clause. Now there has been a if or but that has come in. In terms of coming towards issues, I would like to quickly come towards the issues. I do not have much more to speak about it. In terms of India and what is it doing in the maritime security and why this bill is important, let me talk about it. Certain concerns I had and I shared with the Honourable Minister. The security and growth for all, the Sagar policy of the Government of India has been proactive in terms of India's role as a net security provider in the Indian Ocean region. Now this bill will really help in terms of helping us to bridge this gap of only 12 nautical miles into 200 nautical miles. My only request to the Honourable Minister would be that though we have this EEZ that we talk about, the 200 nautical miles, what happens between 1200, those 12 nautical miles, and the 200 nautical miles, and whether this bill is 200 nautical miles plus the 12 nautical miles, which is 212 nautical miles, or is it a total of 200 nautical miles from the coast of India? That is a clarity I would seek from the Honourable Minister. Coming to the closure, sir, I've just got a minute. I will not take more than that. I realize the pressures that we have. Indian Navy has participated very robustly as part of a UNSC mandated 60-country contact group on piracy off the coast of Somalia. And we've got excellent relationships in terms of this kind of concern. My concern stems from Chinese aggression on the critical sea lanes in the South China Sea. Now this, though, may not directly impact the bill per se because we have a 200 nautical mile extension, but internationally, when Indian vessels travel across international waters, it needs to be also taken care of. I'll not take more time. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mani Sadasigan, please Mani Sadasigan, message from Lok Sabha Secretary General. Message from Lok Sabha Secretary General.
Sir, with your kind permission, I rise to report that the Lok Sabha at its sitting held on 21st December 2022 has agreed to the amendments made by the Rajya Sabha to the Constitution, Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes Orders, Second Amendment Bill 2022 at its sitting held on the 14th December 2022.
Honorable Sri Ajodhya Rami Reddy.
Deputy Chairman, sir, for giving me the opportunity to speak on the Maritime Anti-Piracy Bill 2022. Sir, a little background to this bill. Since the Indian authorities under IPC are allowed to take action only till 12 nautical miles from the coast, piracy actions committed outside the territorial waters do not fall under the jurisdiction of Indian courts. Therefore, this bill is essential to prosecute people that commit acts of piracy within the maritime region of the country beyond the EEZ, which is 200 nautical miles beyond the Indian territorial waters. The bill will help us protect our vessels, its crew members and Indian trade. With the growing influence of India in the world, it has never been more important to have a bill like this. The positive points of this bill are: piracy attacks that are going all over the world have been a problem. In 2021, there were 132 pirate attacks. The number was even higher at 195 in 2020 globally. 2018-19, India has stopped 44 piracy attempts and apprehended 120 pirates alone. We have a vast coastline that stretches about 7,500 kilometers. Our country has lacked a legislation to address maritime security concerns. Since the country lacked a domestic legislation, piracy acts outside of the Indian waters by foreigners had no jurisdiction of Indian courts. Hence, this bill will help us address the issue that have been neglected in the past. India's growing need for maritime security. Sir, the maritime trade occupies a large part of Indian economy, with 95% of India's exports are being shipped. The committee to which this bill was referred noted that there had been a significant growth in piracy incidents since 2008. While we have lagged behind in protecting our maritime region, recent developments such as the appointment of National Maritime Security Coordinator is a significant progress. India has also set up its first Maritime Theatre Command for better planning and military response, with the aim to have a unified approach to fight any future wars. With the expanding maritime role of India and its growing influence, this bill will ensure India has an effective maritime security strategy. So, few of our suggestions. The maritime borders in India still remain less guarded compared to land borders. All border forces have a clear mandate of serving for land border security of the country. Whereas the Indian Coastal Guards, their primary duty is not to serve state coastal boards, but to serve through the stretch of territorial waters to EEZ. About 95% of India's trade by volume and 75% by value is done through maritime transport. Many offshore energy assets and key world trading ports are also located along the coast of India. We must extend security in a manner that protects the Indian coast from all vulnerabilities and makes state coastal police more effective. Therefore, I urge the government to focus more on coastal security to protect our vast coastline and prioritize them equally as land borders. One border, one force. The group of ministers set up in 2000 was tasked to review the national security system in India. It had recommended to enforce accountability and cooperation by adopting the principles of one border, one force for maritime security. Currently, the Navy is in charge of overall maritime security. The coastal guards are responsible for overall coordination between the state and the central agencies for coastal border security. It has jurisdictions over the territorial borders, contiguous zone and EEZ. State coastal police has jurisdiction only over Indian territorial waters. But both the Navy and coastal guards are under purview of Defence Ministry and not Home Ministry, the ministry that is responsible for border management. This is entirely has caused a problem of overlapping jurisdiction between the three authorities and a lack of unity and coordination. I suggest the government to ensure better maritime security by combining these forces under one ministry for effective coordination between them. Sir, the coastal security scheme in India was implemented as a joint effort by Indian Navy, India Coastal Guard and the state coastal police of states. In the maritime domain, assigning responsibility for patrolling and surveillance of coastal areas has been assigned to the states. Coastal states have large fishermen populations that venture out into the sea to make their daily living, and hence the implementation of coastal security scheme effectively would also safeguard their interests and livelihood as well. Therefore, I request the government to extend more financial support to states under this scheme to ensure better coastal security measures. I believe that maritime security is intrinsic to our country's security and geopolitical influence within the world order. I urge the government to consider these suggestions and implement a well-formulated maritime security strategy that helps strengthen the geopolitical situation of India. Therefore, with these suggestions, I support the bill. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Dr. M. Thambidurai.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir. I support the bill introduced by Honorable External Affairs Minister, Anti-Maritime Piracy Bill 2019. Sir, recently, just now, before the Minister introduced the bill, our Finance Minister, when she spoke about the international trade, most of our international trade, nearly 80%, through sea only we are doing the trade. Therefore, in the circumstances, this kind of bill is very essential. This would have done earlier. But anyhow, now introduced, we are supporting the bill, sir. Sir, this problem, why this bill has introduced, the Minister said, problems faced by prosecution of pirates. India, party to United Nations Convention on the Law of Sea, 1982, ratified in 1995, which required states to cooperate in the representation of the piracy on high seas or any other places outside the jurisdiction, sir. Sir, this is well defined, I am appreciating. At the same time, the law says, notification by the central government to confer powers of arrest, investigation and prosecution accessible by a police officer, gazetted officer, state government officer, arrest of pirates and seizure of their ship and property on the high seas or in any other place outside jurisdiction of the India. Sir, at the time when they drafted the bill, ministers state they had consulted with the various countries like Australia and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, when consulted, sir, I want to bring to Honorable Minister, pirates are taking, at that time, taking action, I am appreciating. But Tamil Nadu fishermen, when they are going, they take ships to the fishing. The Sri Lanka Navy or sometime, they are coming attacking our Tamil Nadu fishermen. And also it is not by some kind of gundas, some kind of, we don't know, not apart with the Navy. Other people are coming, and in our territory also when we are shipping, that maritime fishing taking place, they are attacking and taking the ships. But Sri Lanka government, what they are doing, when they are seizing the boats of our Indian fishermen, taking these kind of acts, they are putting in the prison, and as a pirates they are telling, they are punishing us. Therefore, many, the sea level, when the seeing, many Tamil Nadu fishermen has killed so many things. I don't know what sort of action we are going to take to safeguard those, our Tamil fishermen. That is a fight when whether the pirates are not, pirate way or not, even the same way, the bill, when we are thinking like that, these other countries that are using that law to affect our fishermen, sir. That is why I am asking. When we are appreciating, because our trade, many ships, when it went to international level, especially that Egypt, when we are going that Suez Canal, at that time, many fishermen, our ships are attacked. And I know, sir, we have received a lot of complaint when our people are killed there also, to rescue them and get the compensation also. Very difficult we are facing. Therefore, I request Honorable Minister to consider whatever the past incident took place, that has to be taken up and give the compensation that they have taken, and also Tamil Nadu fishermen also helps and it must be taken. Thank you very much.
Honorable G.K. Vasan ji.
Sir, piracy, hijack, good sailors, seamen in highways. Majority trade of our country, sir, is going through sea, sir. This has been discussed in the UN Security Council, sir, that in high seas, special economic zone, piracy done should be curbed, sir. Nigeria and Somalia are the coast mostly responsible for piracy, sir. Sir, 2010-11 too, we have seen worst incidents in our country itself, sir. Sir, as a Minister for Shipping, sir, I would like to kindly tell our Minister, sir, I am not dwelling upon the subjects which our eminent lawyers told you, sir. That is a separate subject legally, which I am sure the Minister is capable of handling, sir. I only want to tell you on the sailors, their family, the persons who are caught in this piracy, how they are arrested, ill-treated, are being kept in a inhuman way. Pirates even ask ransom to their family and the family suffers. Anybody who is caught in this, sir, are the breadwinners of the family, of the poor family, sir. Sometimes, sir, it takes months, years for the members to come out of this menace, sir. And 2011-12, we have seen for months together, sir, families from all parts of India who were subjected to this piracy were staying in tents for months in cold in Delhi, sir, to get justice, sir. Sir, this kind of harassment for the families should be stopped, sir, because the need of the hour is this bill, sir. This bill is well drafted, sir. I am sure coastal security needs more tightened enhancement, sir. I think the Minister will definitely...
मैं आग्रह करूंगा माननीय सदस्यों से कृपया बातचीत प्लीज.
At the same time, sir, being from Tamil Nadu, sir, I would like to tell the Honorable Minister, sir, coastal security, coastal guards, naval force. Tamil Nadu is a special state, sir, where fishermen are affected by the Sri Lankan Coast Guard, sir, and arrested in the name of crossing international waters, sir. It is very unfortunate, sir, that this is continuously happening, sir. The fishermen are losing their livelihood, sir. The central government and the minister, though they are taking constant action, sir, from the Tamil Nadu side, sir, we request the central government to have a permanent solution for this, to save our fishermen who go to their livelihood, sir. Sir, fishermen are not pirates, sir. They are poor people who go for their livelihood, sir. Our neighboring country, Sri Lanka, should see them in a humanly way, sir. Instead, sir, they think our fishermen are pirates, sir. It is not so, sir. Our fishermen should be helped by the central government, sir. They have to talk to the Sri Lankan government and see that officially that coast guards are not threatening our fishermen, sir. And finally, sir, this bill is the need of the hour, sir. Well drafted. I thank the Honorable Minister for bringing this bill, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Sri Kanak Medla Ravindra Kumar.
Thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity. Sir, it is a neglected area, has been given a serious startup and suitable legislation has been brought before this August. I appreciate the Honorable Minister by this time. But directly I am going into the provisions with regard to the Section 3 of the Anti-Maritime Piracy Bill. That is, Section 3 with regard to the punishment, deals with punishment. That is, with death, if such person is committing act. Death is a capital punishment which may not be accepted by the respective courts, including our Supreme Court. That is to be looked into. It may not be screwed, maybe stand for legal scrutiny. Sir, coming to the other clause 5, section 3, subsection 3, in addition shall also be subject to restitution or forfeiture. It is both are contradictory. It cannot be either restitution or forfeiture. Restitution cannot be taken into place because it is restitution means restore it. That that word has to be deleted in this major hurdle for us in future legislation is concerned. Coming to the section 8, designated court is concerned. Designated court is already district court as specified it is not a original jurisdiction has conferred on the district court, that is a session judge, but the magistrate has no role in it to consider it. Likewise, section 6, the perusal of the section 6 clearly shows there is an ambiguity with regard to the investigation, prosecution, any person accessible by a police officer. The designation of the in the absence of designation of the police officer, it is a special enactment constituted for the purpose of a gap of 70 years. The Honorable Minister has given a thought of it with regard to the rank of the specific police officer. Such a designated police officer has to be investigated, not by the station house officer or inspector. That is an important aspect. It is not an ordinary matter. Designated section 7, arrest and seizure of the property powers have been entrusted to the warships. Section 7 is arrest and seizure that it has to be entrusted in military aircraft. This is also, there is an ambiguity, it has to be clarified. Coming to section 7, a necessity has to felt the strength and enhance the presence of the security forces, particularly Coast Guard and aircraft. Section 8 deals with the designating with the Sessions Court to deal with such offences. If already existing courts are already designated for the purpose, they would face many problems. Instead of this, it would be proper for the government to set up a separate Sessions Court for the purpose of for each state. Section 11, presumption with regard to it is against the criminal jurisprudence. It is nothing but a burden of proof. Burden of proof, it has to be decided. It has conferred on the accused, not by the prosecution. It is against the criminal jurisprudence. It has to be looked into. And section 9, a jurisdiction. A jurisdiction on two aspects. One is territorial jurisdiction. Another is persons accused with regard to the identity of the accused of the Indian citizen or Indian Yavi. Sir, section 12, there is no clarity with regard to that. Another issue, an important aspect is, in order to resolve the issues which were not specifically in this act, rule-making power is necessary. That was not mentioned in the enactment. In the absence of rule-making power, in any ambiguity during the course of the execution and implementation of the act, that has to be resolved only by rule-making power or to make an amendment to the existing act. Amendment to the existing act is not possible. Rule-making can be done. It is better to incorporate a rule-making power in this section. Coming to the other aspect, finally, my suggestion is the Honorable Minister and the government is that should have a comprehensive legislation so as to determine the jurisdiction in case of international waters according to the norms and guidelines of the international conventions. If any person is attacked by the foreigners, Indian citizen is attacked by the foreigner, it has to be dealt with Indian Penal Code, not by this law. In such a case, it has to be dealt with a separate comprehensive law.
Please conclude. You have taken more
Thank
time,
you,
sir.
sir.
Please, thank you. Honorable Dr. Ami Yagnik ji.
Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Sir, the bill is quite exhaustive, but the important points which I would like to make are not on the procedures once the offense comes to the notice and the authorized personnel go to the high seas, find the pirates, bring them to the designated court and try them. That all becomes procedure within the domestic arena. This is a law which we have brought right now, is a resultant of the signing of the treaty, the law of the Convention on the Law of the Sea. Sir, if I would just point out one statistic, just for example, in order to make my point, it's that in 2010, sir, 26% of piracy victims were taken hostage, representing 1,181 out of a total of 4,185 victims, and 50% of hostages faced increased levels of violence. So economic costs for piracy acts are estimated huge, beyond millions, and then the insurance costs of the vessels and what the private owners have to pay. So this is one aspect of this act. Maritime piracy is a major concern today because 85% of our trade is in all these waters. We forget when we talk about piracy, we are talking only of the high seas. First there are 4 more zones which we are having sovereign right on that. So we can take any action on that. But on the high seas, when you are trying to find pirates and piracy taking place, it is a unique way of conducting these kind of offenses, and to catch these people who have sometimes no national citizenship and to bring them, sir, this will require a very highly equipped personnel. So I would request the Honorable Minister, sir, to look at these nuances, because the act is very, very different from the other acts. All the provisions are once you catch the offense and the pirate people who you carve them as offenders, once they come on the soil of India, then all these starts. But how do you use the extradition facility and all that, the last clause which is mentioned here, that also comes once the pirates or the piracy offense is being detected and your personnel has gone and found these pirates and brought them to the shore. So sir, these are the other things which I would think international cooperation and continuous efforts on part of every nation and to harmonize the legal systems of different countries, I think would go a long way to bring this particular act into action or into fructifying these provisions of this act. Yes, it is a little belated, but not that belated. We signed it in 1982. We ratified, as India ratified this United Nations Convention. We brought this in 2012, and then it went to the Standing Committee. But it looks like that it's like another act which we have in our country. But the piracy happens on the high seas, which is much beyond the territorial waters. So I think it will become a very unique kind of an offense, sir. So you will have to look into it, what kind of an offense you will describe it as. Because we are not looking at the piracy that happened in ancient times or even a century back. The pirates today operate from sitting on the shores, sir. That is the data which I have seen. And these operations that take place, sometimes they have a mothership and they take small ships to these private people. And these private people's ships are raided. And that is how the ransom money is sought for and the goods are taken. Now the trader cannot afford to let his his goods being taken away by the pirates. Insurance is involved, there are other agencies involved, regulatory mechanism is involved. So I think more institutions will have to come into place internationally in order to see that this particular act comes into action and becomes successful. Sir, I congratulate the Honorable Minister that it is a very, very detailed drafting of the bill, and all the clauses here have taken care of everything. Except that I would really look at K, which says that a stateless person means a person who is not considered as a national by any country by virtue of its laws. Now, so when these definitions come to the designated courts, I think we'll also have to see that these judicial courts are manned by experts who understand what is a maritime law, what is piracy as an offense, and what is involved by a country when you are talking about trade and trade facilities and trade goods, which involve huge sums of money. So this, sir, will also bring the definition of sovereignty again into this. So international law is embedded in a way in this particular act, sir. So I would like the Honorable Minister to look at these issues when there is a further drafting of some rules on this particular issues when the personnel are being inducted. Who are these personas who will be going to the ships or crossing these waters which are beyond the economic zones where I think they would not venture to come. These happens only with private ships which are on the high seas. So I would request the Honorable Minister to look into these minor details, but they are very, very practical, because these will be the issues that will come internationally, and that particular person will take all these defenses in the court that I am not a national of any country. So what happens to the person who is a stateless person, which is mentioned here? And what would be the facilities available to such a person, because he will also claim human rights, because that is also an international human rights issue as far as international territorial waters are concerned, high seas are concerned. So sir, I would like the Honorable Minister to look at all these points once the rules are drafted. Thank you very much, sir.
धन्यवाद अम्मी याग्निक जी. माननीय श्री महेश जेठमलानी जी.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, for giving me this opportunity to speak on this most important and long overdue bill. So there are three reasons as to why this bill has been introduced and why it's a dire necessity. First of all, sir, it's part of our international obligations to the UN. So the UN passed the Convention on the Law of the Seas as far back as 1982, as the Honorable Minister pointed out, and we ratified it in 1995. So the time has come now, it's almost 27 years since our ratification, since we have a bill. So, A, the time is overdue. Secondly, sir, we need it for protection of a very vital segment of our population, for the protection of them, both concerned with maritime activity. So we have a very thriving merchant navy. Indian crews not only serve on Indian ships, but they also serve on the ships of many other countries. And so they are exposed to serious risk. These risks not only include capture by pirates, but our crews are then subjected to torture, to solitary confinement, and so as a result of this, they suffer from extreme post-traumatic stress. Apart from our merchant navy, we also have to protect, sir, our shipping industry. Because of piracy, the shipping industry faces soaring costs. First is rising insurance premiums. Second is employing private security personnel for on-board protection. And third, payment of ransom demands. So for all these reasons, we require a strong law which both deters and punishes piracy. It's also another third reason, sir, why this is so important. And that is increasingly, India is now most likely to be a future victim of acts of piracy. So it used to be, piracy used to be extremely prominent in the Malacca Straits. The countries who are affected by it, namely Indonesia, Singapore, Thailand, these countries banded together, Malaysia, they banded together and they prevented it from happening in the Strait of Malacca. Then it went to the Gulf of Aden, where Somalian piracy became rampant. It was almost a monthly occurrence where you had piracy by the Somalian pirates. The Gulf states and some North African states got together. And so the problem in the Gulf of Aden has now declined. Now, sir, the threat is that piracy will move eastwards and southwards in the Indian Ocean, and therefore, sir, India is most prone to piracy, to pirate attacks. Particularly, sir, we should be mindful of the fact that we have isolated areas like the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, which are prone to piracy. Secondly, we have a very large exclusive economic zone, so, and there's a serious threat that pirates may combine with terrorists from Al-Qaeda and from ISIS to threaten the country. So, sir, there is a dire need for this legislation, and these are the three main reasons. International obligations, our shipping industry and our merchant navy, and the possible threat from pirates in the Indian Ocean coming closer and closer to our exclusive economic zone. Now, sir, just a word on the bill. So I have absolutely no doubt that this bill has been extremely well drafted. The punishment section, sir, as far as the imprisonment is concerned, the death sentence is not mandatory. The death sentence is optional. So depending on the gravity of the crime, supposing pirates board a ship and rape and murder women, then certainly there will be a death sentence. They are liable for a death sentence. So, sir, the death sentence provision is necessary. It will be used frequently in the register of rare cases, but it must be on the statute books. Then, sir, Section 9 is important because many of our previous prosecutions were failing on the ground that the Indian courts had no jurisdiction. Now, sir, as per Section 9, any person who is apprehended by or is in the custody of the Indian Navy or the Indian Coast Guard can be triable in India. So, sir, now jurisdiction has been extended to any person who commits an act of piracy anywhere in the world but is arrested by the Indian Navy. So, jurisdiction is increased, the sentence is all right. I have only two queries which the Honorable Minister may kindly have a look at. So first is the definition section, which I think my honorable friend Mr. Tanka pointed out, that if this is an anti-maritime piracy bill, then why bring in an aircraft into 21F? Unless, sir, I've been trying to conceive of a situation, and the only situation I can conceive of is where an aircraft is brought down and still floats on the ocean and then is subject to piracy. Alternatively, we are talking about seaplanes. These are the only two conceivable situations as to why the definition section includes aircraft in what is really an anti-maritime piracy bill. And so secondly, the last point, please see Section 3. Whoever commits any act of piracy. So Section 3 punishes anybody who commits an act of piracy. That's fair enough. Sentence is prescribed. But let's see Section 5 now, sir. Whoever participates or organizes or directs other persons to participate in an act of piracy. Now, sir, whoever participates in an act of piracy also commits an act of piracy within the meaning of Section 3. So Section 5 is redundant. Secondly, sir, somebody who organizes or directs other persons to participate in an act of piracy is probably a worse offender than somebody who commits an act of piracy because he is the mastermind. So, sir, Section 5 needs a relook at, a revisit, and I respectfully submit that Section 5 ought to be done away altogether. Otherwise, it will create acute confusion in the mind of both the investigator and the prosecutor of the offences under this Act. So I strongly recommend this bill, sir, and I heartily congratulate the Honourable External Affairs Minister for introducing this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Vikas Ranjan Bhattacharya ji.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. This bill is really the obligation of Indian government to be a part of the global participant in the maritime business. It's welcome. If it is an outcome of international convention, universal human rights is more prominent and we believe in human rights regime, then how could this definition of stateless person be there? Do we accept that anybody in the world could be stateless? We do not visualize this conception. No one can be stateless under the human rights regime, which is against the human rights policies. Therefore, this stateless person definition, in my humble submission, should be removed. Otherwise, we will be recognized in a situation which will have an impact otherwise in other field of the society. And then the question comes about the penalty. Now, the definition of piracy is very wide. Now, I am not going to waste time reading this, but what is the offense? Whoever commits any act of piracy, the act of privacy is very wide. Shall be punished with imprisonment which may extend to imprisonment for life or with fine or both. I can accept. When this is a statutory provision being made in 2022 by the government of India, where the father of nation is Mahatma Gandhi, with death or with imprisonment for life if such person is in committing the act of privacy causes death or an attempt thereof. Even if somebody alleges that he attempted to commit death, then he will suffer death penalty. Death penalty is an obnoxious concept which should be removed from this statute. I would invite the Honourable Minister to reconsider this. Other punishments are quite harsh. That can be definitely inflicted upon the person who has committed an offence. And then I am in one with Mr. Jetmalani that the section 5 is absolutely redundant. It should be removed from this. Otherwise, it will contradict section 3 and section 4 both. Section 4 says whoever attempts to commit the offence of piracy or aids or abates or conspires, that includes everything. Now whoever participates, if somebody is abates and commits an offence, he is a participant, then the section 5 is absolutely unnecessarily given in the statute book. It does not reflect the wisdom, proper wisdom. It should be removed. And the third one, which has also been discussed, that this will be referred to the designated courts. Our courts are already heavily burdened. They cannot even discharge their regular function. Every day we are shouting of the area of cases. Therefore, we have to find out a mechanism, or we have to constitute an independent forum for the purpose of deciding these issues, and that should be manned by very equipped judicial officers, not by the administrative officers. Why I am saying so? Because the presumption which they have said is dangerous. Now the presumption is on the accused. They have to prove. The burden of now to prove goes to the accused, which is against the basic principles of natural justice. The Supreme Court in many a judgment, many a cases says that this shifting of presumption of the accused is not healthy and against the principle of natural justice. If with these amendments, I think this bill is a welcome proposition, since it is a part of the United Nations commitment and we are participant to that. With this, I support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Manya Vikas Ranjan ji. Dr. Fauzia Khan.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, Alfred Mahan has said, whoever controls the Indian Ocean dominates Asia. This ocean is the key to the 7 seas. In the 21st century, the destiny of the world will be decided on its waters. Hence, sir, this is a very important bill, and I heartily welcome it. It fulfills the UN Convention on the Law of the Seas. The legislation is good. It has been elaborately discussed in the Standing Committee. There have been ministerial discussions on it. So there's nothing that I would like to comment on the legislation as such, sir. Execution is the issue. Since India has a very large coastline, I think one of the largest coastlines from many countries. Now, if you imagine the high seas, sir, and a crime taking place on it, I was wondering how we would go if we wanted to rescue, how the location, how we would go to rescue the people who are actually committing the crime. Also, after the crime is committed, sir, evidence is needed. So even that evidence, I think for that we need a very robust mechanism so that we are able to actually execute this. And as my colleague here, Mr. Sarkar, he was saying that arm, but actually the executive arm is very much more important here. As far as the maritime security management is concerned, sir, there is a multiplicity of maritime stakeholders who often work at cross purposes. So we need to have adequate training of marine police. We have to have adequate manpower for it. So are we prepared with all this? This is my question here, sir. Punishment is not the aim of the law. The aim the law should help us to save lives from the aggressor, sir. It should also help us to gather evidence for investigation. So, sir, since every life is precious, these vessels on the sea may be small fishermen's boats, they may be cargo ships, they may be yachts of big tycoons, but every life is important. And I think the responsibility of security should also be on the citizens. Just as on land and in air, we have got a lot of safeguards. For cars, we have seat belts, we have airbags. So the onus, the responsibility lies with the person driving the car, that you should keep yourself safe. In the same way, we should have some safeguards for whether it's a small boat, small, big ship, whatever. They should have a dash camera, they should have radios or some way to signal, some GPS system or something where there is network. All these things, sir, should go as guidelines, I feel, and these will be very important. They should be made mandatory because these will help both in rescue and in gathering the evidence. Sir, I wouldn't like to comment more on this because it's a very good bill and it's a very needed one, sir. At the end, I'll just end with the words of Sahir Ludhianvi, जंग तो खुद ही एक मसला है, जंग तो खुद ही एक मसला है, जंग क्या मसलों का हल हो गई, जंग क्या मसलों का हल हो गई. This is the world today, sir. We have to have a world where there is no war. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. माननीय डॉक्टर सुधांशु त्रिवेदी जी.
माननीय सभापति महोदय,
प्लीज हाँ साहब प्लीज.
माननीय उपसभापति महोदय, आज का यह विधेयक जिस विषय के ऊपर है वो विश्व के लिए इतना महत्वपूर्ण है कि समुद्री व्यापार का विश्व का लगभग 80% से अधिक व्यापार समुद्री मार्ग से होता है. तो मानी हुई बात है कि वहां की सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करना विश्व और भारत के व्यापार की सुगमता और विकास के लिए अत्यंत आवश्यक है. और उसमें जो पायरेसी होती है यानी जलदस्युता के द्वारा उस व्यापार को कितना नुकसान होता है, इस संदर्भ में अमेरिका के कोलोराडो के एक अर्थ फाउंडेशन ने एक असेसमेंट किया था. उसके अनुसार जलदस्युओं के द्वारा यानी मैरीटाइम पायरेसी के द्वारा औसतन दुनिया में 7 से 12 बिलियन डॉलर का अर्थव्यवस्था में नुकसान होता है. इसका अर्थ यह हुआ कि इस चीज का सभी देशों के विकास पर क्या प्रभाव पड़ता है. और जहां तक भारत का प्रश्न है तो हम जानते हैं कि दुनिया में पायरेसी की दृष्टि से, मैरीटाइम पायरेसी की दृष्टि से 10 सबसे संवेदनशील जो स्थान अंकित किए गए हैं उसमें से कई स्थान हिंद महासागर में है. खासकर इंडोनेशिया और अदन की खाड़ी के क्षेत्र इस दृष्टि से अत्यंत संवेदनशील माने जाते हैं. भारत के लिए तो एक और उल्लेखनीय बात है, हम दुनिया में इकलौते राष्ट्र हैं जिसके नाम पे एक महासागर है, हिंद महासागर और द इंडियन ओशन. और ये एक ऐसा क्षेत्र है जहां दुनिया का 70% से अधिक व्यापार कवर्ड होता है और यहां भारत के सामरिक हित भी जुटे हुए हैं और आर्थिक हित भी जुटे हुए हैं. स्थिति कभी कभी यह भी हो जाती है कि पिछले दिनों में इस तरह के समाचार आए थे कि अदन की खाड़ी के पास जलदस्युओं के आतंक के चलते हुए भारत के मालवाहक जहाजों को नौसेना के द्वारा एस्कॉर्ट करना पड़ता है, यानी नेवल एस्कॉर्ट की जरूरत पड़ती थी. इस कारण से मुझे लगता है कि इस विषय पे बहुत गंभीरता की आवश्यकता है. यह इतना बड़ा क्षेत्र है कि इसमें लगभग 66,000 किलोमीटर से अधिक की दुनिया के भिन्न भिन्न देशों की कोस्ट लाइन आती है. वर्ल्ड का मेजॉरिटी ऑयल प्रोडक्शन का एरिया हिंद महासागर के क्षेत्र से जाकर गुजरता है और भारत के संदर्भ में तो कहा जाए 90 से 95% का हमारा ऑयल का ट्रेड इसी क्षेत्र से जाकर जाता है. 68% हमारा टोटल वॉल्यूम इसी क्षेत्र से ट्रांसपोर्ट होता है. और एक अन्य दृष्टि से भारत के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण यह हो जाता है कि जो शिप ब्रेकिंग इंडस्ट्री है इसमें हमारा ग्लोबल शेयर 30% है, जो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है और कहीं ना कहीं उसका भी ट्रांसपोर्टेशन इसी क्षेत्र से होता है. अतः जहाजों की सुरक्षा हमारे लिए एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट इशू बन जाती है. इसके अतिरिक्त इस क्षेत्र में बड़ी व्यापक खनिज संपदा इत्यादि भी पाई जाती है. जहां तक हम ये कहना चाहेंगे कि सिर्फ पेट्रोलियम प्रोडक्ट ही नहीं, हम लिक्विफाइड नेचुरल गैस के सबसे बड़े इंपोर्टर्स में से एक हैं, 4th लार्जेस्ट इंपोर्टर हैं, जो 45% एरिया हमारा इसी क्षेत्र से होकर आता है। और वर्ल्ड का जो मैरीटाइम ट्रांसपोर्टेशन है उसका 11% क्रू भारत से आता है। तो इससे यह समझ में आता है कि भारत और भारत से जुड़े हमारे सामुद्रिक व्यापार के हित कितने अधिक महत्वपूर्ण हो जाते हैं। अब इसमें कानूनी रक्षा कवच की बहुत आवश्यकता थी, जो यह बिल प्रोवाइड करने का प्रयास करता है। इस संदर्भ में वैसे तो कानून के जानकार हमारे प्रतिपक्ष में भी और हमारे सत्ता पक्ष में बहुत लोग बैठे हैं। मुझे एक ऐसा स्मरण आता है कि एक घटना है पुरानी, जिसकी वजह से समझ में आता है कि कानून यदि इस विषय पे मजबूत ना हो तो क्या समस्या होती है। 2005 का MV एलेंड्रा रेनबो केस, ध्यान होगा कि एक जहाज जा रहा था जो पनामा से जापान की तरफ जा रहा था। भारत के समुद्री क्षेत्र के पास पता चला अंतर्राष्ट्रीय एजेंसी से कि उसके ऊपर जलदस्युओं ने कब्जा कर लिया है। भारत के कोस्ट गार्ड ने जाकर उनको हिरासत में ले लिया, उन पे मुकदमा चला। 2003 में लोअर कोर्ट से उनको सजा हुई, परंतु 2005 में मुंबई उच्च न्यायालय से वो टेक्निकल ग्राउंड्स के ऊपर छूट गए। और उस टेक्निकल ग्राउंड में एक टेक्निकल ग्राउंड यह भी था कि जो टेरिटोरियल वाटर है हमारा, वो जिस जगह से पकड़े गए हैं वो टेक्निकली भारत के जुरिस्डिक्शन में यानी भारत के लॉ के परव्यू में आता है या नहीं। इससे समझ में आता है कई बार बड़ी बड़ी घटनाओं से कारण हुई असुरक्षा भी, कानूनी सुरक्षा कवच अगर बेहतर ना हो तो उस कारण से समस्या आती है। और मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि इस बिल ने यह करने का प्रयास किया है। अब हम सभी जानते हैं, पूर्ववर्ती वक्ता बता चुके हैं, 2012 में यह बिल ड्राफ्ट हुआ था, उसके बाद स्टैंडिंग कमेटी के पास गया, 2019 में यह आया। परंतु इस बीच में अनेक ऐसी घटनाएं हुई जिन्होंने कि इस विषय को लेकर आवश्यकता को और बढ़ा दिया। जब 18 लोग किडनैप किए गए थे नाइजीरियन कोस्ट गार्ड से दिसंबर 3, 2019 को, इस ढंग की अन्य घटनाएं होती रहीं। और उसी बीच में 18 इंडियंस जो थे वो किडनैप हुए और किडनैपिंग की घटनाएं उत्तरोत्तर बढ़ती चली गईं। इसलिए आवश्यकता महसूस हुई कि इस प्रकार का एक बिल होना चाहिए। परंतु जब समस्या व्यापक है तो सरकार की उस पर दृष्टि भी व्यापक थी। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इस विषय को गंभीरता से लिया और मैरीटाइम इंडिया विजन 2030 को उन्होंने आइडेंटिफाई किया, जिसमें 150 इनिशिएटिव्स टू बूस्ट द मैरीटाइम इंडियन सेक्टर वाज लॉन्च्ड एंड ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर हैज लॉन्च्ड दिस ऑन March 2021. It has drafted the other significant consultation with over 350 public-private stakeholders comprising of the port, shipyard, inland waterways, state bodies, and the vision serves as a blueprint to achieve the accelerated and coordinated target of the development in the India's diverse maritime sector comprehensively, including the 150 initiative. तो इस प्रकार से यह सरकार की गंभीरता का भी एक प्रतीक था। और यह भी बताना चाहता हूं कि हमने जो सागरमाला प्रोजेक्ट और मैरीटाइम इंडिया प्रोजेक्ट लिया है उसमें 20,000 करोड़ रुपए का आगे इन्वेस्टमेंट होना है, जिससे कई लाख नए जॉब भी क्रिएट होंगे। तो मानवीय भारत है, भारत के औद्योगिक विकास के लिए भी इसमें बहुत महत्वपूर्ण संभावनाएं थी। अब यह भी बात बताई जा चुकी है कि 1982 में यह विषय आया था, 1995 में हमने उसको साइन किया यूएन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल में के सेशन को जब चेयर किया था प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2021 का, जिसका कि उल्लेख माननीय मंत्री जी ने भी अपने प्रारंभिक उद्बोधन में किया था। उसमें भी उन्होंने इस बिल और इस आवश्यकता के ऊपर काफी बल दिया था और उन्होंने जो विषय प्रतिपादित किया था, मैं मानता हूं कि बिल उसी दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहा है। विगत 5-7 वर्षों में 500 से अधिक भारतीयों का जलदस्युओं के द्वारा अपहरण किया गया है। इसलिए इसकी सुरक्षा को सुनिश्चित करना हमारे लिए और अधिक महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है। इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम ब्यूरो के अनुसार पायरेसी पर अटैक की घटनाएं दुनिया में पिछले कुछ वर्षों में 20% से अधिक बढ़ी हैं और इसलिए इस तरह के रक्षा कवच की आवश्यकता और होती है। इस बिल में एक महत्वपूर्ण बात यह की गई कि बहुत सारे टेक्निकल ग्रे एरिया थे, उसको क्लियरली डिफाइन करके ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट में डिटरमाइन करने का प्रयास किया गया। जैसे टेरिटोरियल वाटर हो, आर्म्ड रॉबरी और पायरेसी क्या होगी, इन दोनों को क्लियर डिफाइन किया गया है कि जो हमारे नॉटिकल माइल्स के एरिया में जो होगी वो आर्म्ड रॉबरी क्या मानी जाएगी और किस चीज को हम ये मानेंगे कि ये मैरीटाइम पायरेसी है। और फिर इतना ही नहीं, इस चीज के लिए जो डेफिनेशन तय की गई है वो यूएन क्लॉज के आर्टिकल 101 के तहत तय की गई और आर्म रॉबरी को जो डील किया जाएगा वो सप्रेशन ऑफ अनलॉफुल एक्ट 2002 के तहत डील करने का प्रयास किया जाएगा और जलदस्युता पर यानी मैरीटाइम पायरेसी पर इफेक्टिव कंट्रोल के लिए जेल की भी सजा है, कारावास की, संपत्ति का अधिग्रहण यानी कॉन्फिस्केशन ऑफ द प्रॉपर्टीज भी है, लाइफ टाइम इंप्रिजनमेंट भी है और डेथ पेनल्टी जैसे भी कठोर प्रावधानों के बारे में भी विचार किया गया है। जहाजों को पकड़ने का अधिकार सिर्फ भारतीय नौसेना और तटरक्षक अथवा सरकार के द्वारा अधिकृत किसी जहाज को भी ही देने का प्रयास किया गया है। यहां पर मैं एक क्लॉज का उल्लेख करना चाहूंगा जो थ्रू पॉइंट 1 में कहा गया है, फॉर कमिटिंग एन एक्ट ऑफ प्राइवेसी one could have the life imprisonment, but if someone attempts to commit the offense of the piracy or adds or abates or conspired to or procures, then the person shall be punished with imprisonment for the term which may be up to 10 years. So it is lesser offense, the punishment in which will be lesser. अब यहां पर एक चीज ये आती है कि प्रिजम्पशन में किसी प्रकार का कंफ्यूजन ना हो, तो उसको भी क्लैरिफाई करने के लिए देयर वर वेरी स्पेसिफिक कंडीशंस रिलेटिंग टू प्रिजम्पशंस। द कंडीशन नंबर 1 वाज दैट द आर्म्स, एमुनेशन, एक्सप्लोजिव एंड इक्विपमेंट मस्ट बी रिकवर्ड। फिर सेकंड डाला गया है देयर इज एन एविडेंस ऑफ यूज ऑफ फोर्स एंड कंडीशन। देन थर्ड है देयर इज एन एविडेंस ऑफ द इंटेंडेड थ्रेट, यानी कोशिश की जाएगी किसी प्रकार का आतंक उत्पन्न करने की या कब्जा करने की। अनलेस दीज कंडीशंस विद प्राइमा फेसिया शो सम एक्ट ऑफ पायरेसी दैट हैपन, इवन देयर द प्रिजम्पशन अनलेस कंट्रेरी टू द प्रीव्यूड। तो इस प्रकार से जो प्रिजम्पशन है उसके अंदर भी ग्रे एरिया नहीं छोड़ा गया है ताकि उस बात को बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से आगे किया जा सके। मैं एक चीज की और सदन के ध्यान में डालना चाहूंगा कि हमारी सरकार ने इस विषय को मॉडर्न हाई टेक्नोलॉजी के हिसाब से कंट्रोल करने के लिए अगर देखा जाए तो हमने एक मैरीटाइम डोमेन अवेयरनेस सिस्टम बनाया है, जो हमने उसका एक फ्यूजन सेंटर गुरुग्राम में बनाया है, जिससे हमारी मैरीटाइम एक्टिविटीज के ऊपर एक प्रॉपर टेलीकम्युनिकेशन रिमोट सेंसिंग के थ्रू पूरी तरीके से एक नजर रखी जा सके। दुरुपयोग की संभावना नहीं हो सकती है, इसलिए एविडेंस वर्ड का प्रयोग कई बार किया गया है कि पर्याप्त तथ्य और सबूत के बाद ही उसके ऊपर कोई कार्य किया जा सके। अंत में मैं अधिक समय न लेते हुए सिर्फ यह कहना चाहूंगा, विषय की परिधि में रहते हुए ही थोड़ा सा विषयांतर में जाते हुए देखिए, जब हम समुद्र में सुरक्षा की बात करते हैं तो भारतीय नौसेना के जो चिन्ह है, एम्बलम, उस पर लिखा हुआ वाक्य है शन्नो वरुणा, यानी वरुण देवता हमारी रक्षा करें, जो वेदों से लिया गया है। और मैंने इसीलिए कहा थोड़ा सा विषयांतर, परंतु विषय की परिधि में, इस दुनिया में एक और देश है जिसकी नौसेना के एम्बलम पर भी संस्कृत का आदर्श वाक्य लिखा है। वो है दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा मुस्लिम देश इंडोनेशिया, जिसकी नौसेना पर लिखा है जलश्चैव जयामहे, यानी जल में भी मेरी जय हो। तो मैं सिर्फ ये कहना चाहूंगा कि जैसा सामंजस्य इस बिल के ऊपर सत्ता पक्ष और प्रतिपक्ष में दिखाई पड़ रहा है, यदि इस प्रकार के जल के गमन पर हमारा ऐसा ही सांस्कृतिक सामंजस्य भी दिखे तो मामला और सुगम होगा। और एक अंत में, जैसा फौजिया खान साहब ने कहा था, जो उन्होंने कहा था, तो मैं एक बात कहूं, कभी कभी समुंदर में आप जाते हैं तो बड़ा खतरा महसूस होता है और समझ में नहीं आता है कि किनारा कहां मिलेगा, जिसके लिए ज़ौक़ ने एक लाइन कही थी कि ज़ौक़ दुनिया के समंदर में ये कश्ती उम्र की, जिस जगह पर जा लगी वो ही किनारा हो गया। पर अब ये बिल आने के बाद जहां किनारा होगा वहां कानून का सहारा भी होगा। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद। माननीय श्री राम जी।
धन्यवाद मान्यवर कि आपने मुझे इस महत्वपूर्ण बिल पर बोलने का अवसर प्रदान किया, और साथ ही मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं अपनी पार्टी की मुखिया बहन कुमारी मायावती जी को भी। मान्यवर, एंटी मैरीटाइम पायरेसी बिल 2022 के संबंध में मेरा यह कहना है कि इसके पहले विदेश मामलों के मंत्री माननीय डॉक्टर एस जयशंकर जी ने 9 दिसंबर 2019 को लोकसभा में इस विधेयक को प्रस्तुत किया था। इसके उपरांत इस विधेयक विदेश मंत्रालय से जुड़ी स्टैंडिंग कमेटी को भेज दिया गया। 11 फरवरी 2021 को विदेश मामलों से संबंधित स्टैंडिंग कमेटी ने अपनी रिपोर्ट सौंपी। उसके बाद यह विधेयक यहाँ फिर लाया गया है। मान्यवर, इस विधेयक से अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कानूनों का सहयोग व बढ़ावा मिलेगा। हमारा वैश्विक स्तर पर व्यापार में बढ़ोतरी भी होगी। केवल भारत कानूनी आधार पर अब पायरेसी की गतिविधियों में लिप्त लोगों पर अभियोग चला सकेगा। यह देखा गया है कि समुद्री डकैतों की घटनाएं 2008 से बढ़ रही। अदन की खाड़ी में सोमालिया से समुद्री लुटेरों द्वारा हमलों में एक बड़ी वृद्धि देखी गई। एशिया, यूरोप और अफ्रीका के पूर्वी तट के बीच व्यापार के लिए हर महीने 2000 जहाजों का आवागमन होता है। अदन की खाड़ी में बड़ी हुई अंतर्राष्ट्रीय नौसैनिकों की उपस्थिति से अब समुद्री डाकुओं ने अपना संचालन का क्षेत्र पूर्व और दक्षिण की ओर स्थानांतरित कर दिया है, जिससे अब चिंता का विषय है भारत के पश्चिमी तट से उनकी नजदीकी बढ़ जाती है, जो हमारे जहाज के लिए ज्यादा खतरा दर्शाती है। इस विधेयक के आने के बाद से हमारी नेवी या हमारी कोस्ट गार्ड अपनी सुरक्षा उन जहाजों को प्रदान कर सकेगी। मान्यवर, इस तरह के कानून ना होने की वजह से 15 फरवरी 2012 को केरल के 2 मछुआरे जेलेस्टाइन और अजीत पिंकू केरल के निंदाकारा हार्बर से मछली पकड़ने के लिए गए थे। वे सेंट एंटनी नाव से लक्षद्वीप की ओर गहरे समुद्र में मछली पकड़ने गए। लौटते समय उनका सामना सिंगापुर से जा रहे ऑयल टैंकर एंड्रिका लक्ष्मी से हुआ। यह इटली का जहाज था। जहाज पर 2 मैरीन सल्वाटोर गिरोन और मसीमिलियानो लटोर ने जेलेस्टाइन और अजीज को गोली मारकर हत्या कर दी और तब उन पर भारतीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट में केस चला, लेकिन केस अंजाम तक नहीं पहुंच सका, क्योंकि तमाम अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कानूनों की वजह से भारत को अपने देश में इतालवी नौसैनिकों के खिलाफ मामला बंद करना पड़ा। तमाम कानूनी प्रक्रियाओं और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कानूनों और पीसीए परमानेंट कोर्ट ऑफ आर्बिट्रेशन कोर्ट ने 21 मई 2020 को आदेश दिया कि इतालवी मैरीन पर कोई आपराधिक मुकदमा अब भारत में नहीं चल सकेगा और उन पर कार्रवाई इटली में होगी। इसलिए मैं माननीय मंत्री जी को बधाई भी देता हूं कि आपने इस तरह का बिल लेकर के आने वाली इस तरह की घटनाओं को रोकने का काम भी किया है। माननीय, आपके माध्यम से मैं माननीय मंत्री जी से कहना चाहूंगा कि तमाम माननीय सदस्यगणों ने कुछ शंकाएं जाहिर की हैं और इस बिल में जो विधेयक में जो भी कमियां हैं उन कमियों को सुधार करके लाया जाए तो ये बेहतर होगा कि हम सभी लोग मिलकर के इसका समर्थन करेंगे तो और ही मजबूती प्रदान करेगा। माननीय, यही बातों के साथ मैं अपनी बात कहीं पे खत्म करता हूं। जय भीम, जय भारत, धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद माननीय राम जी। ऑनरेबल जीवीएल नरसिम्हा राव।
Thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir, for the opportunity to speak on the important bill, Anti-Maritime Piracy Bill, and the name, as I think was mentioned in the House, has possibly been revised. The bill, title of the bill has been revised as Maritime Anti-Piracy Bill. Honestly, I don't think this was required. Whether you say anti-maritime piracy or maritime anti-piracy, it means the same thing. But in some wisdom, when you say, let me hear, anti-drug trafficking bill, it is not anti to drugs. You have to look at the whole word, the two words together as a phrase. But in wisdom, if the committee had recommended and it was accepted, I think we all will go along with that. I would like to first of all congratulate Honorable Prime Minister for bringing in such an important legislation into this House. While we are, I think the inspiration for the bills clearly comes from Honorable Prime Minister.
Please, Mr. John
Inspiration. I know you have a problem with you have a problem with our leader, but the whole nation, whole world is saluting him. Okay. Now, I mentioned the.
Please.
I mentioned the name of Honorable Prime Minister.
आपस में सीट पर बात न करें।
I mentioned
Mr. GVL Narasimha Rao,
certainly as the Minister for External Affairs, Dr. Jaishankar has piloted the bill. He has brought the bill into this House, but clearly the inspiration comes from the Prime Minister. Because I would like you to know why I took the name of Prime Minister, Mr. Modi. He has become Prime Minister in 2014. But in 2011, on 26/11/2011, when he was Chief Minister of Gujarat, he addressed a global maritime security and anti-piracy conference in Gandhinagar. And he articulated vision for it. So this bill predates his even assumption of office as Prime Minister. So therefore, I took his name. And it is Prime Minister in 2011, as Chief Minister of Gujarat, he said a couple of things which I will read out, which is very important. Both piracy and seaborne terrorism have become more common in the last few decades. This has further gone up due to global proliferation of small arms. All this has added to maritime vulnerabilities. So, this is a vision that predates even his assumption of office. As
Please, Jhaji, please.
Also, as the President, when he recalled, the Honorable Prime Minister, when he spoke at a UN conference, at UN Security Council meeting during India's presidency of the Council in August 2021, which is a first for this country, for the Prime Minister of this country, he made 5 proposals for global maritime security. And what are these 5 points? Remove barriers to legitimate maritime trade. Certainly this is one such barrier, and we are trying to remove that barrier through this legislation. Second, peaceful resolution of maritime disputes in accordance with international law. 3, jointly fight maritime threats from natural disasters and non-state actors. 4, conserve maritime environment and marine resources. And 5, promote responsible maritime connectivity. I would like to make you feel a little more jealous, because at this meeting, the outcome of this meeting was a presidential statement on maritime security that was piloted by India. This was the first such UNSC product adopted by 15 member states unanimously with a holistic view of maritime security. So today, with this legislation, we are not only putting in place a domestic legislation, we are also accepting some leadership of this committee of nations which have such a resolution, such a legislation in place. As the Honorable Minister Dr. Jaishankar at the outset mentioned, we are also doing this as a part of our international obligation on UN Convention on Law of the Sea. And the definition of, I was looking at the convention original document, it has Article 101, which defines piracy, which also identifies who a stateless person is. I have seen some of the members becoming quite rattled about the definition of a stateless person. A stateless person, no, you're quite rattled. Stateless person in this legislation is recognized, is listed as a person who is not considered as a national by any country by virtue of its laws. And if somebody who is living in this country, who is residing in this country, who does not belong to this country or any other country, if he commits an act of, if he commits any act in violation of this particular legislation, do you want to let him off? Do you want to let him off? If somebody indulges in piracy, living in this country, and claims that I am not a citizen of India, I am not a citizen of any other country, therefore this law doesn't apply to me. This is what such criminals can do. This is certainly a provision that is required to make such people also accountable to this particular act. Also,
no point of order. Please.
Sir, also, I don't know if it was intended or unintended. Some members refer to this as anti-privacy bill. This is an anti-piracy bill. I hope it was a slip of tongue, but if it was meant derogatorily or to raise hackles of some people outside this house, I think let them not be really misinformed. This is anti-piracy bill, not anti-privacy. If it has not gone on record, I would request that document be corrected, though it may be a mistake. So this legislation is very important. As I said, it's a thought process that we have repealed a number of laws in this country because many of them have become completely archaic, irrelevant. But I would like to certainly congratulate the government for bringing in a bill that is more required to ensure that there is no piracy, and piracy doesn't get away unpunished. Sir, I would like to seek, though, a clarification also from the Honorable Minister, because I think he is a very erudite person and he can possibly. Sir, Article 102 of the Article 102 of this legislation, of this UN Convention is possibly not a part of this legislation. If it was, why was it not considered? If possible, I would like to really understand, sir, because I'll read out that particular Article 102. It says, piracy by a warship, government ship, or government aircraft whose crew was mutinied, because there are some instances of neighboring countries possibly using their warships or possibly using their government ships for activities that can possibly be categorized as piracy. So would this legislation enable us to even punish such acts of piracy, or would that be out of the framework? Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
No, sir. 3 minutes. माननीय श्री संतोष कुमार पी. माननीय संतोष कुमार पी.
Sir, thank you for allowing me to speak. The Maritime Anti-Piracy Bill 2022 is a welcome step initiated by the Honorable Foreign Minister. So I support the bill. Since this is part of our international obligation, no point in giving a detailed lecture on the relevance or the importance of the bill. I take this opportunity to point out 3 things. Number 1 is related to FIR. Section 154 of CRPC speaks about FIR. So as we all know, all proceedings begin with FIR. So there must be provision for online FIR. At present in India, we don't have that facility. Except in cities like Mumbai, we don't have that. And it is not applicable to many crimes also. So online FIR must be incorporated either in either in CRPC or in this Act. Secondly, the definition of piracy. Clause 2H speaks about piracy. What is piracy? Lots of things are there. And I would like to draw your attention to clause number 7. Some of the fellow speakers also pointed out. The authorized personnel may either generally or on suspicion. And clause number 15(2), no suit or other legal proceedings shall lie against the central government or any state government. No need of reading it fully. Any damage caused or likely to be caused. So this area is ambiguous. So what I suggest is that a lot of fishermen are there in the sea. So it may not be misused. So there must be a clarity on this. And while preparing the rules and regulations, what is not piracy should be clearly explained. This is what I would like to suggest. Very good. What is not piracy also must be find a place in this rule. And finally, this is related to clause number 2, sir. Related to the punishment. Clause number 3, second clause. With the death, as pointed out by some of my fellow speakers, may not be a legally correct capital punishment or something like that. But my point is something different. Do we need capital punishment actually? 100 or more than that countries have already abolished the system of capital punishment. So when we are initiating this kind of legislation, that too in the year of India's 75th anniversary of independence, can we rethink about capital punishment? Most of the countries have already abolished it, and I think most of the progressive legislation actually stands against capital punishment. So I request the Honorable Minister to think about this also. This is what I want to say. I don't want to make any political comments on this bill. It's a welcome initiative taken by the Foreign Minister. I support it.
थैंक यू. माननीय नासिर हुसैन, दो चीजें हैं आप बोले इसके पहले. आपने
Thank you so much, sir.
जब बहस कंक्लूड हो रही तब नाम आया. नाम आधे घंटे पहले आना है.
जी,
और 1 मिनट का समय है. आप 1 मिनट में अपनी
3 मिनट दे.
नो.
Thank you so much, sir.
1 मिनट.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to congratulate the minister for bringing this bill, because India has already ratified United Nations Conventions on the Law of the Sea. I would just like to make 2-3 points, sir. One is that the bill applies to all parts of the sea adjacent to and beyond to the limits of India's EEZ. Therefore, it will apply to high seas, which is the area beyond 200 nautical miles from India's coastline, but not in our exclusive economic zone. The piracy attacks on fishermen are mostly within the exclusive economic zone, and thus excluding this zone would be against the interest of our fishermen. So I request the minister to include a clarification with respect to the inclusion of EEZ, sir. Second, sir, this entire law involves lots of ministries, sir. Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of External Affairs, Defense, Shipping, Law and Justice, sir. There should be some mechanism for coordination and speedy coordination of this bill so that it can be implemented in the proper way. Third one, sir, we need to have standard operating procedures so that immediately after the bill is passed, immediately it can be implemented, sir. Finally, I would like to request the minister that there are in many of our countries like Sri Lanka and Pakistan, it has been a habit to arrest our fishermen, harass our fishermen. Many of them are still, I think, being harassed by them. We should develop a proper mechanism to see that our fishermen are protected in our seas, sir. This is what I would like to recommend, and I would like to support on behalf of the Congress Party. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Lieutenant General retired Dr. D.P. Vats. Dr. D.P. Vats.
Thank you, Sabhapati ji, for granting me an opportunity to speak on a bill where legal luminaries have given their opinions. I will like to highlight the points from user's point of view. And that point of view is, who is to deliver? A doubt was cast that under suspicion, if you arrest somebody, second, death penalty should be abolished. You see, it is basically, piracy is also an act of terrorism. And when terrorist is about to take on you, it is a matter of seconds. And that decision you have to take to fire or not to fire. In such a scenario, collateral damage is likely to be there, and I am grateful to the External Affairs Minister that he has granted some immunity to uniformed people. Then Honorable Tankha had cast some doubts again on the potential of India to man the high seas. That potential, we shouldn't forget that we are making indigenous aircraft carriers, indigenous nuclear propelled submarines and Agni 5. तो आई थिंक मोदी है तो सब कुछ मुमकिन है. It is India's India is a maritime nation, and as was mentioned that Indian Ocean is spread over 7 crore 36 lakh square kilometers with 7,000 coastline, and we are located in such a way that 80% of world trade passes through Indian Ocean. We as a trading nation also depend 90%, more than 90% on sea, whether these are oils, petroleum, or even minerals in seabed. Therefore, this bill has been brought. What is maritime piracy is defined in accordance with UNCLOS Article 101 as any illegal act of violence or detention or any act of depredation committed for private ends by the crew or the passenger of a private ship. It may be an intention also. I would like to comment something on the when piracy takes place on the high seas beyond India's EEZ, up to 12 nautical miles, it is Coast Guard's responsibility. Up to EEZ, again, Coast Guard and Navy overlap. And beyond EEZ, it is Navy's responsibility. Here there was again a doubt of overlapping. In operations, unity of command comes, and for all practical purposes, Coast Guard is also a military unit, and same way when BSF is manning the borders, BSF comes under the command of Army during war. So there should be no doubts about it. Then about our naval history, certainly Chhatrapati Shivaji or Raja Chola, our Honorable Chairman had just been to Bali. We have a very rich naval history. Same way, we have the potential to grow, whether it is under Quad. We have been doing combined exercise with 60 nations under the direction of UNCLOS. We have manned the seas with the help of our friendly nations also. And that way, our responsibility is likely to increase with Sagarmala. And as a counter to string of pearls, we are developing our capabilities by involving our neighbors, and this potential has to increase. In fact, the search for sea routes to India by Europeans changed the history of mankind. Today, most of the external trade is through sea. Therefore, it is little surprising that we have not been able to pass a legislation. Enough has been spoken on it. We have a commitment 1982 onwards, and then 1995 we signed this act, and so far it has been delayed. I am thankful to the Honorable External Affairs Minister that is brought a very exhaustive bill. Here again, about the death sentence, the delivery of justice should be quick, it should be just, it should be deterrent. I am very much in favor of death sentence, because wheresoever the punishment is deterrent, crime rate is less. Saudi Arabia. And wheresoever the laws are lax, crime rate increases. but the people who are firing on you, who are pirates, they are not following the democratic rules. Therefore, you have to react in such a way. And it should be exemplary so that others commit. Now I won't like to cast aspersions, but so many amenities in jails, there have been reports, people enjoying it. We have to give a deterrent and exemplary punishment. Need of signing this convention has already been spoken out. As the Honorable External Affairs Minister said, the bill and the official amendments as passed by Lok Sabha were prepared after extensive consultations with other concerned ministries including MOD, MHA, Ministry of Shipping, Indian Navy and Coast Guard. The amendments introduced by the government and approved by the Lok Sabha have incorporated the recommendations that the Standing Committee has made after examining the draft bill. SOPs stand and External Affairs Ministry will be coordinating them very smoothly.
Thank you.
And I support the bill. Thank you very much.
Now, Honorable Minister's reply.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, sir, first of all, let me welcome all the views of, I think 19 honorable members have spoken today on the bill, and each one of them has expressed support for it. I welcome that, and I think it underlines really how much this bill is in our national interest. The main concerns, I think, have been shared by everybody, that today there are more Indian ships in waters, more Indian trade being done, more Indian crews, not only in our own ships but in other people's ships. And as Sudhanshu Trivedi ji pointed out, we had the case of MV Alandra Rainbow, where we could not successfully prosecute a case of piracy because we did not have a law. I think all honorable members also recognize that we have an obligation under UNCLOS, and that this has taken us 27 years to do, but better late than never. So this bill, I think, is timely. I think that is widely recognized. With your permission, sir, I would very quickly run through certain individual points which members had raised. I know some of them, for various reasons, are not with us right now. Mr. Vivek Tankhaji, first of all, brought up the issue that a reference to aircraft is not necessary. I just want to highlight, sir, that actually in section 2 bracket J bracket 2, there is a reference to seaplane and other aircraft, because ships do carry planes, and you can also have seaplane piracy. So the idea of an aircraft, I think Mahesh Jethmalani ji also raised that issue, is not entirely fanciful. I think that is a provision that we had to make. The second issue which he raised was, what is the procedure for restitution and forfeiture? I think it is very clear under section 7.2 of the bill that this is by court order. The third issue he raised was, how will you align death penalty, possible death penalty, rarest of rare cases, with countries where death penalty is outlawed? Now, typically what happens is, in such cases, if there is an extradition issue, and the country where death penalty is outlawed seeks from us an assurance that we will not impose death penalty, we will give such an assurance. So what we have done is, we have kept the provision. There could be occasions, none of us wants it, there could be occasions where the rarest of rare penalty may be invoked. So we have to make provision for it, but we have given the flexibility to the court, and we have also created both an extradition provision and a reciprocity provision, so that if that is a condition for extradition, we will naturally go with that. Then there was an issue of his concern about Article 7, whether it involved planning. Actually, Article 7 deals with suspicions where there is somebody engaged in piracy. So that is, I think, perhaps a slight misunderstanding there. Regarding designated courts, there are already designated courts in certain other cases like the Prevention of Money Laundering Act and the National Investigating Agency Act, and these have been constituted in consultation with the Chief Justice. So we have followed exactly those precedents in this case. And his final point, which is, he said if a ship is carrying ammunition, would you then assume that it is going to do a mala fide act? It's not just a question of carrying ammunition, sir. In fact, the provision here in Article 11 bracket A also says there is reasonable grounds. So just carriage of ammunition is not a crime. There has to be reasonable grounds, as well as there are two other provisions about evidence being there, on the basis of which there is a presumption of an offence likely to be committed. If I could move to Prakash Javadekar ji's views, sir. One, he explained very well why we need the law. He, I think, rightly highlighted the importance of the standing committee, its contribution here. I also appreciate that very deeply. Then Jawahar Sarkar ji asked whether this is applicable to only Indian ships. No, it is not. It is applicable to any ship in the jurisdiction where piracy is committed and where the authorized personnel from India have taken action. Now, as to who is authorized, I think the bill is very, very clear. Section 2(1)A makes that very clear. He asked about other aircraft. So I think seacraft, there could be other aircraft also there. Who executes the provisions? I think, again, the bill is very clear. Only the authorized personnel can execute the provisions of the bill. So there is no concern out there. The jurisdiction, I think, has been laid out very clearly. And where the presumption issue, Article 11, is concerned, I want to highlight that the presumption is not an open-ended presumption. The presumption says very clearly that there should be arms, ammunition, explosives and other equipment recovered where there is reasonable ground to presume mala fide intent. There is evidence of use of force, threat or force. And there is evidence of an intended threat of using bombs, arms, firearms, etc. So the presumption is backed up by two sets of evidence and as also the fact that there are reasonable grounds to presume. He also asked how many cases of piracy there have been so far involving India. I have two sets of statistics. Between 2008 and 2011, there have been 27 incidents in which Indian crew members were involved. 288 Indian nationals were involved in these 27 incidents. Between 2014 and 2022, 155 Indian crew members were involved in 19 cases. The most serious case, of course, we had was in 2017 when we had an Indian ship called Al Khawzar, which had been pirated off the island of Socotra. This was a particularly difficult case for us, but this is to show, the numbers show why we need this bill so badly at this point of time. If I could move then to Shri Elangoji, he again inquired what is the procedure for forfeiture of property, and I think again the answer is very clearly this is done under court orders. Then there was a number of members raised this issue of Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, that somewhere there is overlapping, somewhere there is confusion, this will create problems possibly in courts. People said the grey area, even lawyers will benefit by this grey area. I think a lot of thought has been given both by the standing committee and by the government, by the lawyers of the government, by the practitioners of prosecution and people who deal with shipping. We have in each of these cases clearly identified the key action and graded a punishment accordingly. So Article 3 is whoever commits an act of piracy. Article 4 is whoever attempts to commit an offence. And Article 5 is whoever participates, organizes and directs. So I would submit to you, Honorable Chairman, sir, that commits, attempts to commit, participates, organizes, director are all three different types of actions with a different level of gravity and therefore a different level of punishment if found guilty. There was the issue also about who will investigate this. I think it's very clear from the legislation intended, the bill proposed, that the police officer is the key person, and we will obviously assume that in such cases they have the competence to do that. In this regard, I think some members raised this issue, what should be the rank of a police officer? We have not specified it because we have gone by CRPC, where even a station house officer can file a case in such situations. So we have left it. There is already a pre-existing code and a criminal procedure. It is not for a legislation to necessarily add to that. I think we leave it to the general legislation. Then Dr. Shashmit Patra ji, of course, began by saying this is 75 years too late. I cannot disagree with him. I can only say that since we have come into government, we have tried to push this as strongly as we can. And the results of it we've seen because it is a widely recognized requirement. The 4-5 grey area which he had mentioned, I think I have answered. In terms of the designated courts, will there be long process of appeals? This bill cannot solve that problem. I mean, that is a problem which is part of a larger judicial issue. So I think what we can do is to set up a remedy in line with other similar legislation, and then we naturally keep hoping the judicial processes will move faster. Do we have jurisdiction on foreign ships? Was a question he asked. The answer is yes. The answer is in our jurisdiction, if an act of piracy is committed, we have jurisdiction. And finally, the question he asked, is it 12 nautical miles? Is it 200 nautical miles? I will actually answer him, it is beyond that. That if you look at the provision is actually, high seas here includes the EEZ and all waters beyond the jurisdiction of any other state. So if any of our ships, and this is laid out in a further provision, if any of our ships actually find that there is an act of piracy committed and the authorized personnel have taken action there, then it becomes a jurisdiction of India. If I could move on, sir, to Shri Rami Reddy Allah, I think he made a very important point about coordination. One of the other honorable members mentioned that we have a fusion center. The fusion center in Gurugram is helping with the coordination. But we also, once we have our own legislation, it will help us to do more international cooperation, and I think that's a common point which all the members raised. Then, sir, Shri Thambidore ji raised two issues. One, he brought up the Tamil fishermen issue. I can understand his concern. It is a very legitimate concern. It is a matter to which Government of India has given the highest priority. We have worked very hard to ensure that these incidents which happen there are avoided. And when we have situations where our fishermen are detained, we have worked hard to get them released. So I understand the honorable member's concern. I want to tell him that Government of India is fully committed to ensuring that the interests of our fishermen are protected. But I do want to clarify, they are not treated as pirates. So there is really no relationship between the fishermen's issue in that sense and the bill under consideration. Then Shri G.K. Vasanji, having been Minister of Shipping before, brought up the issue of sailors and their families. I think it's a very legitimate issue wherever there is a detention. And sometimes, sir, they may not be detained by pirates. We have, for example, a ship right now which is detained in Nigeria, and many honorable members have taken up that case with us. We understand the plight of the people, the anxieties of the family. We have ensured full legal support in the case of that particular ship. But I think whether it is those instances or the Sri Lankan fishermen, I would like to assure all honorable members that the Government of India is completely and fully committed to the interests of its citizens. Then, sir, Shri Ravindra Kumar ji brought up a set of issues. One of them was whether death penalty would be accepted. And I have answered that many states do accept death penalty. Some states do not accept death penalty. No. I think we will look at that situation, but we have to make up our own mind. We cannot pass a legislation in this house because some other country has outlawed death penalty. We will pass whatever is the interests of India and the requirements of India. And in rarest of rare cases, death penalty is applied in this country. And that is the thought that has guided us in that regard. Then the issue came up on restitution and forfeiture. There is a difference. Restitution is provided if pirates are using a ship which they have captured. Forfeiture is the case if their own ship is involved in the process. Then I've answered the one on the rank of the police. The designated court which he had raised, I've given precedents where we have mentioned. On presumption, as I said, we are not looking at open-ended presumption. There has to be evidence, there has to be recoveries if that presumption is to be validated. And on the matter of jurisdiction, I think the bill is very, very clear. Ami Yagnik ji, I think, brought up the issue of a domestic follow-up, which is a very valid point. And more than that, international cooperation. I think she is absolutely right. Ultimately, if the numbers today have come down, sir, if you can see from the numbers which I have given, those numbers have come down because international cooperation has got stronger. And we can be more credible as an international partner if we have a law. And that is why today's consideration of this bill will strengthen our credentials as a partner with other countries to make sure that the world is more piracy-free. She also mentioned the issue of who will man the courts. This survey is left to the advice of the Chief Justice concerned. When we set up the designated courts, it will be done in consultation with the Chief Justice, and we have no doubt that the Chief Justice will make the appropriate decision in that regard. Then Mahesh Chetmalani ji made some very valid points about it being our international obligations and the large number of Indian crews and the possibility that piracy will shift closer to the Indian Ocean. Regarding jurisdiction also, I think it was important that he recognized that our jurisdiction is wherever our authorized personnel have taken action. I have clarified the point both about the aircraft as well about the gradation of offense and therefore of punishment. Then, sir, Shri B.K. Bhattacharya ji brought up the issue, of course, of death penalty. He was strongly against it. It is his privilege to have that view. But there are others who, including some honorable members, who have a view that a provision for a death penalty is a deterrent. And certainly is a deterrent against causing death. So that is also a point of view. And on the designated courts which he raised, again, my answer is the Chief Justice will be consulted. Fauzia Khan ji raised the issue of developing the skills to enforce this bill when it becomes law. I think that's a very valid point. It is also a point which other members had made in the other house. So our expectation is whether it is shipping or whether it is Navy or the Coast Guard, once this bill is passed, they will be actually, in a sense, training their people. And once the designated courts are set up, then I think if there's any prosecution involved, we expect this to be addressed in a very professional manner. Then, sir, I would particularly like to thank Sudhanshu Trivedi ji for some of his remarks, particularly his highlighting both the Alandra Rainbow case as well as the fact that 11% of seafarers in the world today are Indian. So we are not only protecting Indian ships, any ship under attack anywhere in the world from pirates is probably going to have some Indian crew. So it is for us today a global problem. It's also an interesting point he made that ships come to India for shipbreaking, and that is also an industry that we have to protect through strong anti-piracy laws. Then, sir, Shri Ramji referred to the Italian Marines case. I think that's now behind us, but it is precisely to have legal clarity that we need legislation of the kind that we have submitted. GVL Narasimha Rao ji pointed out that the fact that Prime Minister chaired the Security Council meeting on maritime security, it was for the first time. That sent a very strong message about our seriousness in this domain. And I think that seriousness will be taken by the world at face value when we actually pass legislation like this. Otherwise, it would look as though we are saying things, but we do not have the laws to back it up. So I think his connecting the two is a very, very important insight. Santosh Kumar ji made 2 points which are beyond the remit, I think, sir, with your permission, I would say, of this debate, whether we should have online FIRs and whether capital punishment is appropriate or not. That is not a subject for today's discussion, but I do not share his view that Section 15 is ambiguous and there is scope for misuse. I think if you look at the authorized personnel, they are very professional people. We are talking of the Navy, you are talking of the Coast Guard, you are talking of officers of the state government or the central government who are specializing in this. I think we should have faith in our forces, not just on this issue. I think we should generally have faith in our forces. So I think his apprehensions there perhaps are not justified. Then Nazir Hussain ji asked me, saying, does this apply to EEZ? Yes, it applies to EEZ. It applies from the moment you leave India outwards through our waters, through EEZ, beyond EEZ, and any place where our authorized personnel legitimately make a detention. His points about coordination and SOPs are very well taken. I would like to inform the honorable members, actually there are already SOPs of the Navy, of the Coast Guard and of the Ministry of Shipping. But the SOPs lack a legislative umbrella. So once we give this umbrella, I think the SOPs which they have done would be strengthened. But I think his point is very well taken, because it is finally the SOPs which will enforce these laws and make them effective. I would like to assure the honorable members, sir, through you, that where fishermen are concerned, we have two broad issues of concern. Tamil fishermen who are detained in Sri Lanka, often by Sri Lanka, or fishermen from Tamil Nadu who are detained there. Sometimes it could be from Puducherry or other states, and those from Gujarat who tend to be detained by Pakistanis. So these are our two big concerns, but they are both concerns very much on our mind, and we continuously work where to avoid incidents and where they are detained to get them released. If I could then, sir, finally come to Shri General Rajya. I appreciate the fact that he has recognized that authorized personnel need to be protected, need to be given immunity. That is certainly our obligation as a state in ensuring that our forces are properly equipped to do their duty. That, sir, I hope clarifies the issues raised by all the members.
Thank you. Shri, honorable members, the question is that the Maritime Anti-Piracy Bill 2022 as passed by Lok Sabha be taken into consideration. Those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We shall now take up clause by clause consideration of the bill. Clauses 2 to 15 stand part of the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Clauses 2 to 15 are adopted. Clause 1, the enacting formula, the preamble and the title stand part of the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Clause 1, the enacting formula, the preamble and the title are adopted. Please. Please, Sri S. Jayasankar to move that the bill be passed.
Honorable Chairman, sir, I rise to move that the Maritime Anti-Piracy Bill 2022 as passed by the Lok Sabha be passed.
Motion moved that the bill be passed. The question is that the bill be passed. Those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The bill is passed. Honorable members, now special mentions. Manya Shri Sukhendu Shekhar Roy.
Special. Sir, let me have a pause for a minute because let the outgoing members go out of the...
We are having a special mentions, please.
Let them go, sir, let them go.
Please, a special mentions, please. प्लीज अपने अपनी सीट पर बैठे. स्पेशल मेंशन हम लोगों ने लिया. प्लीज अपनी अपनी सीट पर बैठ जाए.
जिनको जाना है जाने दीजिए ना.
प्लीज माननीय सदस्यगण, माननीय नाजिर हुसैन जी, स्पेशल मेंशन हो रहा है. प्लीज अपनी सीट.
ठीक है सर, थैंक यू सर. My subject is restoration of public immigration service at Mohdipur in Malda. Public immigration service at Mohdipur immigration checkpost in Malda district of West Bengal for movement of common citizens such as tourists, patients, exporters and importers of both India and Bangladesh was suspended in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic. While many other international immigration checkposts bordering Bangladesh have since been opened for movement of immigrants following phenomenal improvement of COVID-19 situation, the immigration checkpost in Mohdipur in Malda district of West Bengal has not yet resumed the immigration services. I would therefore urge upon the government to initiate appropriate steps so that the severe constraints being confronted by the local immigrants are removed and for resumption of pre-COVID immigration services at Mohdipur immigration checkpost without any further loss of time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ramnath Thakur ji.
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय. सरकारी सेवा में जाने हेतु अन्य पिछड़ा वर्गों के अभ्यर्थियों को अपने जाति प्रमाण पत्र को हर वर्ष नवीकरण कराना पड़ता है. यह क्रीमी लेयर हेतु तय आय मात्र 8 लाख के मानक को पूरा करने हेतु कार्मिक मंत्रालय के एक नोटिफिकेशन के कारण बाध्यकारी है, पर ऐसा किसी और वर्ग के लिए नहीं है. एक बात गौर करने योग्य है कि ओबीसी अभ्यर्थी का जाति प्रमाण पत्र हर वर्ष उसके द्वारा दिए गए आय से जुड़े एफिडेविट या दस्तावेज के आधार पर संबंधित तहसील से नवीकरण कर दिया जाता है. यह सारी प्रक्रिया देखने में आसान लग रही है, पर ऐसा है नहीं. इस प्रक्रिया के कारण ओबीसी अभ्यर्थी और तहसील का कार्य अनावश्यक रूप से बढ़ जाता है और ओबीसी अभ्यर्थी पर भाग दौड़ में आर्थिक दबाव भी पड़ता है. कई मामले में ऐसे भी देखने को मिल रहे हैं जिसमें ओबीसी अभ्यर्थी का जाति प्रमाण पत्र समय पर नवीकरण न होने के कारण उसे कई सेवाओं से वंचित रहना पड़ता है. मेरी मांग है कि सरकार ओबीसी अभ्यर्थी हेतु तय हर वर्ष जाति प्रमाण पत्र के नवीकरण की प्रक्रिया को आसान बनाने हेतु सरकारी सेवाओं में आवेदन के समय आय का एफिडेविट लेकर अनुमति दे. आखिरकार एफिडेविट और आय दस्तावेज के आधार पर जाति प्रमाण पत्र का नवीकरण तहसील में होता है. इससे तहसील का कार्य कम होगा और ओबीसी अभ्यर्थी पर अनावश्यक आर्थिक दबाव और सेवाओं से वंचित होने का खतरा भी समाप्त हो जाएगा.
धन्यवाद. डॉक्टर सस्मित पात्रा.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chairman, sir. The subject of my special mention is demand for special category status for state of Odisha as it faces frequent natural disasters. Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Shri Naveen Patnaik, has been repeatedly demanding for special category status for the state of Odisha on account of the massive economic loss that the state faces due to the natural disasters like cyclones, floods, drought that hit the state almost every year, because of which more than 80% of geographical area and nearly 90% of the population of Odisha are vulnerable. However, successive union governments have not heeded to this very well-justified demand by Shri Naveen Patnaik and the Odisha government. The union government should take into account that the guidelines of special category status fails to factor in aspects like proneness to natural disasters like floods, cyclones, drought, etc., and low rate of mobilization of resources. The changing of sharing pattern of various centrally sponsored schemes from 90:10 ratio to 60:40 ratio has already burdened states like Odisha. Instead of providing a helping hand, the union government has been citing special category status guidelines due to which it cannot grant Odisha the special category status. However, such guidelines by the union government are not cast in stone and can be amended just as many legislations, rules, guidelines and procedures are amended regularly. I therefore urge the government of India and reiterate the demand made by my leader and Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Shri Naveen Patnaik, to accord special category status to Odisha on account of natural disasters it faces and the damage done by them to the 4.5 crore people of Odisha. Thank you.
Thank you. Sri Anil Desai? Not present. Srimati Bandana Chavan?
Thank you, Vice Chairman, sir. So my special mention is regarding need for amending the POCSO Act to revise the age of consent. So this year marks the 10th anniversary of the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act 2012, commonly referred to as POCSO. While its enactment was definitely a watershed moment in the history of child rights in India, we must also take this opportunity to reflect on some of its shortcomings. Section 2D of the POCSO Act has defined a child as an individual under the age of 18. This has led to sufferings of many young couples between the ages of 16 to 18 who are in consensual and non-exploitative relations. Because the consent of a child is immaterial, a genuine romantic relation which has mutual consent from both sides can get embroiled in the criminal justice system. Several high courts of the country have recognized the normalcy of these relationships and pointed out that the Act was meant to protect minors from sexual abuse and not to criminalize consensual romantic relationship amongst adolescents. There have been several instances of misuse of POCSO Act, especially by parents who want to punish their children from attempting to exercise their autonomy in who they want to marry. Many a times a couple elopes fearing opposition from parents, resulting in a situation where families file a case with the police who then book the boy for rape under POCSO Act. Hence, there is an urgent need to reform the law to revise the age of consent and prevent the criminalization of older adolescents engaging in consensual and non-exploitative acts. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sri Ram Sakal?
धन्यवाद। मेरे गृह जनपद चौपन चुनाव रेलखंड कोयला व खनिज ढुलाई के रेलखंड एवं कोल इंडिया का कॉरिडोर है। इस रेलखंड के दोहरीकरण होने से उत्तर प्रदेश के आदिवासी अंचल के साथ साथ झारखंड राज्य की एक बड़ी आबादी भी लाभान्वित होगी। आदिवासी अंचल के लिए लाइफ लाइन का काम करेगी। इस रेल खंड से जुड़े चौपन सिंगरौली, चौपन गढ़वा, सिंगरौली कटनी तथा शक्तिनगर करेला रोड खंडों पर दोहरीकरण निर्माण कार्य तेज गति से चल रहा है, जो कि मार्च 2023-24 तक पूरा होने का लक्ष्य है। एकमात्र रेलखंड चौपन चुनार पर ही दोहरीकरण का कार्य कराया जाना शेष है। इस रेलखंड की स्वीकृति वित्तीय वर्ष 2020-21 में हो चुकी है। इस रेल खंडों पर दोहरीकरण निर्माण कार्य पूरा होने से रेल खंडों पर सड़क मार्ग की जगह रेल से कोयले की ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा ढुलाई, पर्यावरण शुद्धता, यात्री मालगाड़ियों का संचालन भी बढ़ेगा तथा रेल की आय में वृद्धि होगी। 54 चुनाव रेलखंड का फाइनल लोकेशन सर्वे कार्य उत्तर रेलवे द्वारा पूर्ण कर रेलवे बोर्ड रेल मंत्रालय में भेजा जा चुका है। आपके माध्यम से माननीय रेल मंत्री से निवेदन करेंगे कि उल्लेखनीय तथ्यों को दृष्टि रखते हुए बिल्ली 54 चुनाव रेलखंड रेलवे लाइन दोहरीकरण कार्य हेतु केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल मामले की आर्थिक समिति द्वारा धनराशि स्वीकृति किए जाने की कृपा करें, जिससे यह रेल दोहरीकरण का कार्य परियोजना शीघ्र पूरा हो सके।
धन्यवाद।